Good morning and welcome to Riga. I'm glad to see you all here, and I think we are going to have a splendid 2 days ahead of us. Good morning and welcome to Riga. I'm glad to see you all here, and I think we are going to have a splendid 2 days ahead of us.
We're starting. We're supposed to do an intro. Supposed to intro. Because dinosaur. Oh, thank you. Sorry about that.
It's a late start on the second day, but thank you all for being here. I'm Devin Chavira. I'm director of the DFR Lab at the Atlantic Council, and really appreciate you all joining us on day 2. Appreciate your commitment. I know it's a little bit early. So to get us started, over the past decade, we've built good skills and muscle memory around detecting and exposing hostile state information threats. That means we have a good archive of attributions that help us understand repeat threat actors, their common TTBs, and thereby we build broader awareness and resilience against them. However, to date, this knowledge has largely not been used to pose active consequences to the threat actors involved. While we've been focused on exposure and resilience, adversarial actors have continued to become more sophisticated and adaptable. In the past year or so, the field has started to shift a little bit to a more proactive posture, focused on disruption, not just exposure, stratcom, or resilience building. I'm joined by my colleagues from the DFR Lab today to discuss what this change in the field looks like and what we've learned so far about building and sustaining disruption. I'm happy to introduce my colleagues, Sobuk Galava, our Associate Director for Research, Givi Gigatashvili, our Resident Fellow, and Victoria Olari, our Research Associate, to talk a little bit more. So Sopo, I will have you kick things off with kind of a broad perspective of what you think has changed in the past year or so that has made us move more towards disruption, which was previously kind of a little bit of a difficult term that people felt a little discomfort around and is now kind of more in vogue. What do you think changed to now center disruption in the fight against information warfare?
Thank you, Devin. Hello, everyone. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you to the organizers as well for this wonderful event. And indeed, as you pointed out, the environment has dramatically shifted. In the age of AI, rapid connectivity, we are seeing that hybrid threats are also accelerating, and information threats are also accelerating. And in this environment, we've been documenting and seeing that creating, deploying, and maintaining the information operations have become very, very cheap for hostile state actors and adjacent actors. And while we've been trying to build our understanding how to detect such operations, we fall apart in terms of understanding how to disrupt such operations durably and sustainably. And so far, we've been relying on 2 key pillars of countermeasures in this field. First is deterrence by exposure, which is, of course, very important pillar, and we should continue this work. I mean, naming and shaming, analysis of disinformation operations, and sometimes individual sanctions, and overall public exposure when we illuminate the actors. And it is very critical, but if we are talking about sustainable disruption, this process is very slow. And we also saw in the process that sometimes exposure on our end has been weaponized by the actors behind the information operations. The more we reported and covered about them, the more money they requested from the Russian state, because all this Western coverage became the measurement for them of their own impact. So it was visible in the leaks of a social design agency when the Western coverage was the part of their KPI. So we should be very deliberate and strategic how we design exposure part. Then the second pillar is deterrence by resilience, and of course investing in informing society about the threats, and building resilient society is very, very important, and this work should continue. But all these, both pillars have been responsive, and it is defensive. And what is missing is understanding how the broader supply of chain of this information operations work, so we understand where to push, where are the choke points, so we can disrupt these operations. And this is what we call deterrence by denial, to understand the supply chains. And there are some enablers also, for example, infrastructure, services, or social media platforms where these operations are amplified, and these are the surfaces where we can see the disruption avenues. And we need to target such actors either before they reach their target audiences or after, when these actors regenerate, so they do not accelerate, they do not scale up and double down. And without this third pillar of countermeasure, we've been exposing the operations, and this left the actors without any responsibilities. We did not impose any consequences for their actions, and this created permissive environment, and this is the most dangerous. And basically the main question where the field is shifting to is how to break the apparatus of the information operations.
Thank you, Sopa. So then, in this shift towards disruption, how are you thinking about that broadly? And what are the challenges that you think we might be able to solve for that are left by the resilience building and exposure that disruption might be able to get us closer to solving?
Before we understand where to go or how the disruption should move forward, I think that we should understand exactly how this apparatus works, right? What are the functional layers or tiers of the information operations? And I'm not introducing this just for another new framework, and we have a lot of frameworks in this field. I want to make this actionable so we understand where we should put our effort and what are the strategic nodes for disruptions. And the question here, again, is not about, okay, we see the information operations, something is actually like disseminated in social media in our national jurisdictions and the information spaces. Of course, it is important to understand who is behind this campaign and if there is a state hostile actor running it. But we need to understand the layers, how it came to our information space, because then these nodes become the possibilities. So we can organize this information ecosystem that we are dealing with into 5 functional tiers, and I think that these functional tiers can become also actionable policy for us. First is strategic operations, and this is where the command layer sits, and usually these are the most embedded or connected to the Russian state, for example, social design agency that I mentioned. Second is the technical infrastructure, because these operations, as I said, need the layer where they operate, and also they need services because they build the website, then you need the hosting provider, register, I don't know, traffic management, and so on. So this is another functional tier. Then the third one is content production. They are utilizing AI tools, stock media, false news websites, and I don't know, content farms, and you know a lot more about this. Tier 4 is amplification. When they create the content, they need the amplification and distributions, and this is where we see the influencers, engagement for hire, inauthentic networks across multiple social media platforms, and of course enabling services, because as we understand, these operations do not only stay online, they have implications, especially during the elections and pre-election campaigns, and this is what we've been seeing in Moldova, how payment systems or financial infrastructure was built to pay for a potential vote bribe. And each tier, as I said, is a possibility and potential disruption surface, and just 2 examples how we can use this in practice and how we can utilize. One is very practical, and the second one will be like policy oriented, and I think it will be very interesting for the audience as well. So these ecosystems or the tiers, they are operating in cluster hubs. They are not like standalone actors. They are interconnected. There might be political influencers or, I don't know, individuals or even technical assets or the services who are sitting in the intersection of the hubs. So it means that we should target such actors, not standalone false account, for example, or inauthentic account, but be very strategic who we are exposing, who we are investigating, because then the effort to disrupt or deny such kind of actors of their services, it means that then we are triggering failure across other hubs as well and across other tiers. So it will be like multi-layered effort for us and impact. And the second one, what we've been seeing in our practice is that these operations do not stay in Russia, right? Like they attempt to, or in other hostile state actor, they attempt to penetrate our local information environments, and they do sit in multiple jurisdictions. If we take one single website of a famous doppelganger operation. This one single website can be registered in Russia. Naming service could be from the company from the UK, for example, and traffic can be routed from the US. And like at least several jurisdictions are implicated in these operations. And if we want to disrupt such operation, it means that we need very tailored understanding of this local laws also. And even if we disrupt one single node, then other nodes continue to work. And this is a huge gap, and I think that we need to think about cross-border enforcement frameworks, and we already have this experience, for example, with anti-money laundering or counter-terrorism or illicit trafficking and so on, and maybe that process could be also replicated for disrupting hostile state actors' information operations. So to sum up what I wanted to say, I think that we should look at disruption as sustained pressure towards the hostile state actors, because that really enables us to deny hostile state actors of cheap creation and cheap distribution of information operations. So we are increasing costs. And with this sustained pressure together with exposure and resilience, I think that disruption as policy part of countermeasure can become deterrence.
Thank you. Moving a bit from the theoretical to the practical, Givi, you have spent the past 6 months or so leading an effort to test out disruption in several frontline countries. So I'm curious what you learned and where you were able to achieve disruption and where you faced some challenges.
Yes, good morning. Indeed, we just wrapped up the project which focused on exactly testing different pathways and mechanisms for disruption, and the main objective was to engage with the wide range of stakeholders to see what triggers disruption and what doesn't trigger disruption. So our process was that we documented around 25 FIMI incidents or cases, and highlighted why these incidents or these actors violated terms of services of social media platforms or sanction regimes or different regulatory requirements. And then after this, we submitted this request to different stakeholders and waited for their feedback or actions on our report. So this violation focused, approach was needed to actually see what triggers disruption, right? And I just want to give you the brief overview of what we observed and learned by engaging with different stakeholders, and we'll start with government intermediaries. So, as you mentioned, we focused on some frontline countries, which are mostly in Eastern European region, and one of the main observations we had is that there is a clear lack of disruption mandate across the government institutions we have engaged with. So there are some related functionalities that different authorities and institutions have, but none of them has disruption as the core function or mandate. And also there is a very slow interinstitutional coordination when it comes to taking any actions or preparing any actions on disruption. So this predefined workflow on how this disruption should be triggered is completely absent across the governments. And also, there is no established process for receiving or assessing documents about violations. So we had to develop these templates ourselves, and then we have not received any guidance from government stakeholders of how this should be done and how they should be submitted and everything. So another lesson we saw is that disruption work is quite vulnerable to political changes, and we had situations in certain countries when governments have changed, and then this created uncertainty around disruption work. The institutions became less willing to engage on disruption-related topics, And also, we saw the decreased political will to take actions on our reports. But also, I think one lesson we learned is that prior relationships with the governments and established trust is very important. When they know the quality of your work and when they trust your work, it's easier to enter into this conversation with them about disruption, and you have also higher chances to achieve results that you intend to achieve. And then our assessment is that one of the most effective models should be that the civil society organizations document these violations, and then they submit this to the governments, and if governments decide to join forces to trigger disruptions together, I think chances that you will achieve disruption and trigger disruption is higher than just doing this yourself independently. So overall, I think the main recommendations that we could give to the governments is that they should really make it more clear who is doing disruption among different ministries and institutions, and then they need to designate specific point of contact for civil society organizations to engage on this. They should also be more clear and transparent on how, what kind of documentations they need to actually see these violations, and also they should establish secure channels for exchanging information and receiving information from CSOs. The next, let's say, group of stakeholders we engaged were social media platforms, and I want to start by saying that almost all main social media platforms we interacted with undertook some sort of disruption actions, but this was quite uneven. And what I mean is that we put a lot of effort in documenting different types of violations of their terms of services, but this, at the end of the day, still became the matter of interpretation. And when we really saw and thought that this was the activity coming from foreign actor clearly violating terms of services of the platform, platforms decided not to take actions on certain incidents like that. So, and then also, overall, we observed that there is a decreased willingness from platforms to take actions on this kind of reports. So 7-8 years ago, we were encouraged to send them these kind of violations on CIB and then FIMI and everything, but now there is a shifting dynamics and different environments. Probably they became more resistant to external pressure. This is one reason. Secondly, they have been investing a lot in their in-house capabilities to detect FIMI incidents and then violations. And that's why, just because they think that they have stronger capabilities internally, the reports coming from outside organizations like the DFR Lab or others, for them have less value. And also, they are extremely cautious about taking actions on violations or incidents which have foreign origin. But also one thing to highlight is that it's not just a challenge for CSOs that they are facing this decreased willingness or readiness from platforms to engage. Government institutions face similar challenges with them. And one example here is, for instance, the recent report published by Polish National Research Institute, NASK. In their latest report, they said that in 2025, they submitted over 45,000 reports to platforms, and only 12% of these, let's say, was the successful ones, meaning platforms took some actions. But speaking of election-related violations, specifically, only 7% of submissions from NASK actually triggered some response from government. So it indicates that this is not a problem just for CSOs, but also governmental entities.
Thank you. So you've mentioned governments and platforms so far. I'm curious if there were, any other stakeholders that you worked with that surprised you in their willingness to participate in disrupting info threats, or any stakeholders or mechanisms where you expected there to be a lot more engagement than there was?
Yes, indeed. We had some assumptions before starting the project, and then we tested our assumptions as well. And when we talk about unexpected, let's say, estimations or something we didn't expect at the beginning of this project, for instance, one good example is the responsiveness from hosting providers. So when we framed our reports and violations around sanctions compliance, these triggered disruption in many cases done by hosting providers. So this looks like that internet hosting providers, which were mostly based in European countries and the countries where we documented these violations, they demonstrated willingness to act when they see a clear risk of violating sanctions or providing services to actors which are violating sanctions. More than that, we did not really need to engage with governments to trigger this kind of, let's say, disruption activities from hosting providers. They basically initiated this themselves. In general, there was no need to put pressure on them in this regard. But we see, despite the fact that we see hosting providers as quite promising pathway and scalable pathway to achieve more disruptions, there are certain challenges that we also documented while engaging with them. And number one is that, for instance, there is no established reporting channels on FIMI and information manipulations with hosting providers. So this should be improved. It's easier to report violations to platforms than hosting providers. And this is additional bureaucratic steps and, in general, time-consuming undertaking for researchers. Number two, when we managed to remove sanctioned content from websites, in many cases, this content still remained accessible on social media platforms, where, unfortunately, they have sometimes higher visibility than on websites. So this makes this disruption work, let's say, partially effective, simply because there are different places where content exists, and these different spaces are not coordinated or connected, meaning platforms and domains and hosting providers. And also, we had interesting situation in one country when a hosting provider admitted that the specific website was violating sanctions, but they said they needed special order from the government to take any actions against this. So regulatory framework is also sometimes contradictory and is not really helping hosting providers to take prompt actions. And when it comes to, let's say, more disappointing parts of this testing, unfortunately, we didn't manage to trigger any disruption by engaging with EU-level stakeholders. It was very difficult for us to get any meaningful feedback from institutions in Brussels. We engaged mostly on sanctions-related violations, but still this was not very efficient. So when we designed the project, one of the main considerations we had is that we wanted to test the regulatory gap. We had Ukraine and Moldova as primary countries, and then we had 4 EU member states in this project. So these member states were covered by DSA and EU regulations, and then Ukraine and Moldova were not covered with the same regulations. So we thought that this gap would create some issues to achieve disruptions, but at the end of the day, it made no difference at all, because we did not find, let's say, DSA, for instance, as an effective tool for disruption. So when we failed to receive meaningful response from institutions in Brussels, we turned to DSA coordinators on the national level, which in many countries, I mean, some countries turned out to be quite open to have conversations and engage with us. But main issue we encountered there is that they do not have enforcement power to force very large online platforms to take down content. Second challenge is that they received their mandate and they were empowered to execute this mandate quite recently, so they are building their internal capacity and they don't have enough and strong sufficient capacity to do proper oversight yet. And in general, this enforcement power, when we talk about DSA, I mean, it rests with the European Commission completely, and that's why national regulators are not very helpful to achieve disruption. And overall, I think the broader lesson is that basically regulatory framework is helpful to create conditions to achieve disruption, but when it comes to achieving an actual disruption, these frameworks are not very helpful, at least at the moment.
Thank you. All right, given this kind of overall understanding and framework for shifting to disruption, and then your early practical experience, I'm wondering, Victoria, how are you thinking about moving towards making disruption scalable and sustainable based on our early insights?
I believe that the project that Givi talked about proved that hostile information operation can be disrupted using existing legal, regulatory, but also technical frameworks. We don't have to invent anything new, but we still need to apply these existing mechanisms. But the bigger challenge here is durability of these actions because, as Sop also mentioned, these networks regenerate very quickly. And for what we have today is mostly isolated disruption rather than sustained deterrence. So where do we need to pay more attention? First, we need to stop treating disruption as a series of ad hoc measures, but rather to treat this as a long-term operational capability. Because right now, disruptions heavily rely on temporary projects like this one, or on informal relationships with the governments, with the platforms, or on individual initiatives. As Givi mentions, in many countries we don't have a clear owner of disruption. And if disruption is going to be durable, we need this institutional ownership, but also dedicated resources to do these actions, and also permanent coordination mechanism. Second, we need much stronger interoperability cross-border and cross-institutions, cross-sector. We all know that hostile actors operate cross-platform and cross-border, and they have an entire ecosystem for that, while we very often, our actions very often are fragmented. For example, we had cases when one platform removed the content, another one, the same content remains on the platforms. We had instances when one country acts, another country in similar situation doesn't have a regulatory framework or even reporting channels to respond. Also, there are instances when researchers gather this evidence, collect evidence, but the standards of reporting to governments and platforms are different, so it also creates challenges for researchers. So without that interoperability, hostile networks will continue to exploit these gaps in jurisdictions, but also between institutions. Third, we need more attention on enabling infrastructure behind these operations. Sopo mentioned them. So most of the hostile information operations relies on infrastructure that can be disrupted. And we're talking here about hosting providers, about registrants, about monetization system, about payment processors. So we found out that these groups of actors are more vulnerable to pressure than, I don't know, the strategic operators that are sitting somewhere in Moscow. And in practice, these infrastructure level disruptions are more realistic to us than directly targeting the strategic coordinators behind these campaigns. So this is why disruption has to focus on supply chain, not only on the content. Fourth conclusion for us is that we need to become much better at measuring recidivist activities, because as I already mentioned many times, that they are reappearing very fast and it doesn't cost a lot for them. So for example, right now the success is often measured by I don't know, the specific account, the website, or the specific content that was removed. But the way they regenerate in a very short period of time tells us that we still need to actually increase the operational costs for this kind of actions. And if a network reappeared, I don't know, in 1 week after it was removed on different platform or on different domain, of course we created a kind of friction for them, but it's not long-term deterrence. And finally, we need to pay also much more attention on financial disruption. A significant part of ecosystem is commercially motivated. Many actors are not ideological operators. They are commercially and profit-driven actors. They are service providers. We have engagement farms. We have content mills. We have monetized amplifiers. So some of these sectors we also discovered that heavily rely on US-based ad and monetization platforms. So we think that this is a vulnerability for them, but at the same time it's an actionable space for us to disrupt these kind of activities. If platforms, advertisers, payment processors consistently deny these kind of monetization opportunities for these actors, the economic attractiveness of these kind of activities will decrease in time. Also, I would like to mention here that public exposure still matters. We don't think that disruption replaces resilience or exposure. It complements it because as it was proven that public investigations create this kind of legitimacy, it creates political pressure, it can create or generate reputational costs, and also very often it enables private sector and the government to justify their enforcement actions. So the future probably is not resilience versus disruptions, it's rather resilience plus disruption, because without resilience, we don't have a strong society, and it remains vulnerable. But without disruption, hostile actors continue to act and to operate at very low cost and at very large scale.
Thank you, Victoria. So to sum up a little bit across all of your points here, it seems pretty clear that disruption is the next step that we need to move towards, or the third pillar, to get away from a kind of whack-a-mole approach when it comes to addressing info threat actors, but it definitely needs to be combined still with exposure and resilience building in order to create a more sustainable defense. Second, seems like one of the main takeaways is that we need to widen the pool of actors that are involved in this space, in the countering info threat space, specifically looking more at the infrastructure layer and getting their buy-in that we have now from platforms, at least on some level, depending on, the political wills at the time, as well as building better approaches for multi-jurisdictional enforcement and creating interoperability. And then finally, we also need to be better at studying our own work and our successes and failures in achieving disruption so that we can learn more about how to create a more sustainable and durable disruptive force. Is there anything that you all would like to add before we turn it over to the audience for questions? Givi, you look thoughtful. Any final thoughts?
No, I would just say that disruption work is a quite time-consuming process. It's possible to achieve using existing mechanisms, but main challenge we faced is that, and then the project you mentioned was a pilot for 6 months only, which was completely insufficient time period to test this properly. So trust is an indispensable part of this process. To build this trust with the stakeholders takes lots of efforts. It's much more difficult than documenting something, right? And that's why I think the main challenges I outlined there are something like that institutions and organizations should work moving forward. Having the clear mandate is very important to have a clear understanding of whom you are talking to with the stakeholders, and then also basically somehow manage to you need to manage to make sure that there is at least some sort of coordination across different stakeholders, and because then if you manage to make this coordination work, then you also increase your chances to trigger disruption. And you mentioned the keyword there, which is the will of the stakeholders to engage and disrupt. So disruption is still way more sensitive than exposure. And when you are navigating through this very sensitive environment, especially in, for instance, Eastern Europe, where political stability is still not assumed all the time, then you are facing more challenges. We had situations when, for instance, In Poland, the DSA implementation was vetoed by the president as we were implementing this project. And then in Bulgaria, for instance, when the government, the political turbulences started and government became less willing, or let's say roles became more unclear, and then engagement, that's why it became more difficult. So there are so many wild cards that can come into play and obstruct this process that basically lots of pre-planning, and again, repeat this word, trust is crucial in this process.
Maybe I would also add one point that that's why we are trying to understand different pathways and not be dependent on like one single way how to achieve disruption, because like as Givi laid out, there are different political sentiments. In Bulgaria, for example, what we had that there was like anticipation of elections, snap elections, and this was very sensitive in terms of domestic political developments, and that's why we need to have some alternatives how we can achieve results what we want to achieve. And this is where the social media platforms' responsibilities come in, because like this disinformation operations also violate their own rules and community standards, and this like multi-actor approach is very important, and whole of society approach was also mentioned very many times yesterday. And to sum up, I think that exactly as you started, banning something, degraded, blocking, now disrupting, these terms were very, like we were approaching these terms very carefully, because we also came from very different environments. For example, I come from Georgia, and blocking or banning something has totally different implications, and it may be very sensitive compared to any other countries with more strong democratic institutions, and these sensitivities are very important to understand. But now we're already in the era in this field that we are not afraid anymore to talk about disruption, and war in Ukraine also and developments worldwide showed us that we're not talking about freedom of speech, right? We are talking about hostile state actors which try to covertly or in many manipulative ways penetrate our information environments and manipulate with public opinion.
Thank you. Victoria, any closing thoughts?
Yes. Even though I was talking about disruption that is not durable right now, what is important to understand that deterrence in this space is cumulative. So it doesn't mean that if today we manage to take down something, it will stop there. But in long term, deterrence comes from sustained pressure. So we need to increase this operational friction for them and to increase the cost for this kind of operations. So we should monitor this in time to see how the recidivism is increasing or decreasing, and how we could increase this pressure on this kind of operations.
Great, thank you so much. I'm now happy to turn it over to audience questions, if anyone has them. Yes, right there.
Thank you, panel, for a really interesting presentation. My name is Nicholas. I'm from Singapore. Among the things that I do, I run a very small fact-checking platform. It's only 3 people operation, so we don't try to fact-check everything, but we do focus a lot on public education to raise awareness of the threat and try to inoculate or vaccinate the population against this potential threat of info operations or disinformation. I fully recognize Singapore is a very small country, and we are very fortunate that we haven't been presented with a massive, consistent campaign or attack. But I was wondering, listening to all the great work that you guys are doing, but also, Devin, when you mentioned that it's a bit of a whack-a-mole approach, is there some conscious thought as to how you can build up resilience or awareness among the target audience, the hearts and minds of the general population, so that becomes more resilient against these threats, even at the same time as you're doing a lot of work with research and analyzing the threat in the background? We talked a little bit about the political will. If there was more public conversation around this threat, maybe more stakeholders will say, look, we all have to come together and work on this as well. I was just curious because DFR Labs does such amazing work, and this presentation to us potentially is to the converted. I think everyone here is concerned about the issue and has some involvement, but would DFR Lab consider doing more in terms of public education or explaining the work that you do into more public forums and platforms beyond what we're doing in this room today. I would love to see more stuff from DFR Labs about that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I can start answering the question. These points that you've raised are very important because this work should not really stay in academia or on policy level, and we need to inform public. What we do at the DFR Lab, of course, it's based on the resources and the projects, but we partner up with the local media outlets as well, so we try to translate our content into local languages, and this is one of the ways how we try to be part of the local discussion and environment as well. Also, we put a lot of resources in capacity building, and we have a very famous project which is called Digital Sherlocks, and we have just announced and we have just started this cohort of 2026, and the participants are, I don't know, like it is so competitive, and we have received more than 1,500 applicants, I guess, this year from all over the world, and interest towards the capacity or interest towards how to expose such kind of information operation. How do we do what we do? This interest still remains. And the third point also in terms of public communication, I would mention attribution part, because again, from my personal experience and Georgian experience, and depending on the countries and the environments you're working from, exposing these actors in terms of who they are linked with. Is there any hostile state actors' interest behind the activities they are engaged in? Do they try to cover up themselves, conceal themselves, or are they somehow like connected to the hostile state actor? Because in Georgia, for example, being openly pro-Russian or being directly linked to Russia is problematic, you know, and when you attribute anonymous actors to your hostile state actor, that increases also public awareness, and it creates space for media and local organizations to talk about these problems and bring all this great work of investigative journalism and OSINT to public, and I think that these 3 points are very important for public communication.
I can add here. So if we are talking about building societal resilience, but also about political willingness, I think I here have an example of Moldova, which tried to engage both of these when it comes to elections. In the last 2 or 3 years, Moldova was like in the front line. It was one of the biggest target of these kind of operations. And because of the political willingness, but also because there was a clear interest not only from inside actors, like domestic actors, but also from the international community to support Moldova society in this regard. We had plenty of room to work there, to make this kind of exposure, to talk to people why these kind of threats are important and why they should pay attention. But also we saw proactive actions from the government. They haven't stayed like silent and just waiting for something to happen. They were proactively acting in this regard, and they also were open to engage with researchers, with civil society, and engage them in this public awareness campaign. So I think it is a good example for you too.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, yes, right there.
Hi, good morning. Sam Haynes from March 10. In the UK and some other countries, foreign state-sponsored FEMI is illegal, not just against the platform terms of service. Do you have cases where you've reported to the platforms accounts or behavior that you think or believe to be illegal and they still don't take any action? So not just against their terms of service, but actually in contravention of the law?
Well, that's complicated, and I think this was also discussed as a challenge during our presentation, that when we have this jurisdictional fragmentation, that actors originate from one country, platform is, let's say, American, and then target of this actor is, for instance, European. So I can tell you directly that in most cases we triggered platforms response and disruption when we indicated the clear violation of terms of services. When we try to frame this around violation of EU sanctions, for instance, and submitted this to non-European platforms, we didn't really see any significant disruption action taken on this. When it comes to national laws, I'm trying to recall if we had cases like that, because we always, let's say, marked all the parts which we considered as violations, but to the best of, like, as far as I can recall, the main trigger was not the violation of national laws. So it's, again, if you are asking about platforms specifically, number one, it was the violation of terms of services. I really can't recall the case when platform responded that, look, we are disrupting this because it violates national law. Problem here also is that they do not elaborate on what ground they took this action. So they are not very open to tell these details to you. They say, we took action on this report, and mostly that's it. So they don't really try to elaborate on this. And this, especially on laws, so I can say that, I mean, national laws, I can say that no, we have no clear case when the violation of national law triggered response from the platform.
Is it okay to just follow up quickly?
Yeah.
So in the UK, they recently made it illegal, for example, to advertise illegal people smuggling or people trafficking online. In my experience, if you then report to the platform a violation of that kind, they also say it's a terms of service violation, not that they took it down for legal reasons, but their takedown rate is nearly 100%.
Well, I'm happy you mentioned this case, because our cases were about information threats. If you're talking about other types of illegal, let's say, content, which we believe reach this disruption threshold faster than information threats, I think these kind of activities trigger actions from platforms more successfully than information threats. So, but again, we don't have this clarity from platforms to like really figure out and have a proper knowledge of on what basis they trigger this.
I mean, just one final point is that the area they seem best at is if it's a copyright violation.
Yes.
It's somehow they have magic powers to take things down, but anything else they don't.
Yeah, it's easiest, but when you talk about FIMI operations and information threats, specifically copyright is not the laws that you can use that's extensive.
But I think it's that it's almost they respond to the incentives and legal threats very effectively.
Yeah.
And it's just in this case, the reason I asked is in some countries, FIMI, foreign state FIMI is illegal. And so I was wondering whether that is a way in.
I mean, I can say that in countries that we worked on, this is not, it's mostly illegitimate but not illegal. There are no laws in these countries that would say that, first of all, to define FIMI properly, and second, say this is illegal. So this is another, like, the limitation that we faced. UK was not the project country, and that's why, again, in Ukraine and Moldova and other member states, this is still, the EU member states, this is still not considered as like the illegal act. Or it's a matter of interpretation.
See one more question way in the back there.
Good morning, my name is Liliana Vițu. I'm the chair of the Audiovisual Council in Moldova, and I've been also involved a little bit in fighting the Russian disinformation. Well, and I can share that covering local elections, pro-European referendum, presidential elections, parliamentary elections, I can share a very bitter conclusion that the platforms don't care at all. They can't care less about the information integrity, election integrity. For 2 years, we've been asking the European Commission to find a way to somehow help us cover the GSA or extend the GSA to candidate countries. After 2 years, we heard that we should wait until we become a member. And when we asked, okay, so what do we do in between? So it might take 2, 3, 5 years, I don't know how many years, where we were told that actually there's nothing we can do. I mean, just engage bilaterally with the platforms. Now, the platforms have aligned with the position of the administration, the US administration, which they regard GSA as a censorship tool. So what I feel is that they can't care less about, whether their platforms are being used by malign actors, are being used to attack our democracy, ruin our European choice and independent choice, and so on and so forth. So I'm not so sure with the DSA it's a weak piece of legislation, but I'm definitely wait to see the potential of the regulation on that. Mind you, we're still waiting to understand what's going on, what happened in Romania. Elections were cancelled, allegedly because of TikTok. We still haven't heard a thing about the investigation, how things are. So this is just a reality check that we are on our own. Speaking of interoperability, and my question goes to how can we have this interoperability when we have this issue of jurisdictions, this country of origin principle. And I can share the Moldovan experience when we see how Russian TV stations labeled themselves in some other name, brand. They went to jurisdiction heavens, Luxembourg, Spain, the Netherlands, Sweden. They got EU certificates, and then they penetrate our audiovisual space with EU documents. And because we ratify the EU the Convention on Transfrontier Transborder Television, we cannot stop the rebroadcast of what seems on paper an EU licensed TV station. So there's this issue of jurisdictions and the country of origin principles, which again doesn't help us. So there are so many other things that don't help us. And my question is, how else can we protect our democracy? Because if we wait by the time we get to the EU, I'm afraid we may not resist. Thank you.
Victoria, do you want to take the question on interoperability?
Well, I think the comment
or if you want to respond to anything else there, please.
Yes, I think the comment was extensive, and indeed, we tried our best to engage with EU partners, and unfortunately, of course, they showed a degree of openness to us, but it mostly works during the elections and not at the scale we wanted it to be. And also the challenge that I see here, that after, like between elections, all this period of time, they not engaging to help us, but they're just simply overlooking a lot of things. And when elections again came, we again in the same situation that we have to deal with a lot of information threats coming from all the sides, not just like you might think it is coming just from the east, and how Liliana already mentioned, the threat is already penetrating us from the west as well. I don't have a clear answer to your question, sorry.
Well, I could quite briefly add that this is definitely #1 challenge, because FIMI actors operate across borders. This is the cross-border threat, and people who are on a defense side and the governments are limited with their national borders. So one of the recommendations that we outlined in this paper is that those governments and donors who want to provide sustained investment in disruption should try to address this problem by building these, let's say, joint capabilities across borders and across partner governments, and help governments to work together against these threats. You mentioned DSA, and I mean, this is still, again, the quite ambitious framework, right? But also when you talk about national coordinators, they are also limited within the boundaries of their jurisdictions. So they can escalate this to other DSA coordinators in other countries, but when it comes to any enforcement power, they don't have it. So even DSA as a tool for disruption is not that efficient. So if we talk about sustained investment, and if we talk about donors which want to continue this work, I think one of the things that they can try, and this is not the easy solution, is to just help governments across the region, for instance, Eastern Europe, to work together on disrupting these threats and building their in-house capabilities and interoperability to just work together instead of separately on their jurisdictions only.
Thank you. Any other questions over here before? I know my back is to you guys, so I might have missed it. No, but I think yep, right there.
Good morning. My name is Janina Santos from the Philippines. I really like adding disruption to the, basically to our toolbox in responding to FIMI. In the Philippines, and I think I'm not sure if it's being done in the Indo-Pacific, but in the Philippines specifically, we haven't started it. We do have an ongoing bill targeting CIB, inauthentic amplification, paid influencers, and such. But I think my main question is that, number one, have we started to mainstream the concept of disruption as response and as part of our strategies for response to FIMI in the Indo-Pacific? And coming from the Philippines, what are steps that we can take in order to work with you to make this possible? Thank you.
Well, our project did not focus on the region you mentioned. We focused on Eastern Europe broadly and Europe broadly. But I think that what we outlined in terms of how information operations work and what are the tiers where we can push and disrupt, these are not only about one certain state, and I think that this can be applied across the regions and across the threats also. Yes, I think that disruption is not new thing that we are discussing today, and it's been discussed for some time. So I think that the main idea here is to actually bring this into the formal policy. And Gibi and Victoria already mentioned this, that it should not really stay within us as like CSO or organizations working on information operations, but if we want to achieve sustainable and durable disruption, so we are not only ad hoc and responsive with detecting CIBs and then responding to the CIBs, this should be part of actual policy measures as one of the main countermeasures to the hybrid threats and information operations. And I think that this panel and such kind of discussions really bring disruption topic to the light. And I think that this is the question that we started, that this is not the thing that we are afraid of this anymore as part of, I don't know, the censorship or something. And it's becoming more normalized to talk about this as part of the countermeasures.
Thank you. We have 1 minute left, so I think we can fit in one more question if we have any. Yes, one way in the back there.
Hi, thanks very much. My name is Johnny, I'm from UK Landsoft. With regulations such as the DSA, is there a risk that disruptive measures that we might want to employ get taken off the table, whilst also creating a regulatory framework that's difficult to implement on these social media channels? So we don't help ourselves with the regulatory framework, and we also take away all the options that we might have used in order to achieve that disruption.
I would say that, again, the regulations look ambitious, but at the same time, when we try to test this in practice, they didn't really prove to be that efficient for disruption. And also, there are shifting priorities of those governments and also the European Commission, for instance, which are designing these regulations. And then as these priorities shift towards something which is not related to FIMI, then again, regulations become less useful. So that's why I think basically engaging with more promising actors and stakeholders probably will lead to better results, and relying on regulations at the moment, again, for achieving disruption is not the most efficient pathway according to our assessment.
Thank you. I would love to connect you with my colleague Mark Scott, who is the expert on DSA as well. I'm happy to chat with you after this, who will have even more extensive thoughts than Kiwi was able to provide in the time that we have run out of. So thank you all so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
morning, everyone. Welcome to the Riga Stratcom Dialogue, day the 2nd. As you already noticed, the morning discussions were more connected to innovations, more dedicated to innovations and military threats. Today we're going to talk about innovations a lot. We're going to have the panel here, Innovate to Die, turning ideas into effects. Then we're going to have the coffee break. Then we're going to go to breakout sessions. The small notification from the team, the silence headphones available on the Synesi stage. So during the breakout session, you can take a seat somewhere and switch the channels in the silent headphones, switching from one breakout session to another for your convenience. So the first panel over here is going to be Innovate to Die, turning ideas into effects. Well, I'm Raf from Ukraine. I'm a Ukrainian, so I'm proud to say and to think that we in Ukraine built the huge cultural innovations in the military during the last 4 or 5 years. Some of our innovations are visible for those especially who follows the news from Russia. Our innovations were visible yesterday in St. Petersburg, for instance, when Ukrainian drones targeted the oil terminals. We achieved the breakthrough in the military innovations and in drones and robots. And this is the huge culture in Ukraine. And our ability to innovate and to implement those innovations is defining our ability to survive. This is not a metaphor of us. This is like a very direct slogan. A significant share of all these devices now operated within the support of artificial intelligence. Unmanned systems forces are a part of Ukrainian armed forces, and the most prestigious positions in the Ukrainian armed forces, as of now, this is a drone pilot. It's just 4 years ago, in October 2022, we saw first Iranian Shaheds about the Kiev. At that moment, people were very scary. They were looking above and saying, what the hell is that? And now the majority of Ukrainians know how to deal with this problem, and the queue to be mobilized to those units that are fighting against drones, this is the most, I think, incredible thing for us. Also, a kind reminder about the Ukrainian innovations. It's been a year since the Ukrainian spiderweb operation, when Ukrainian innovations targeted the 40 aircrafts, so 40 strategic aircrafts in Russian regions. That's like Murmansk, Irkutsk, with thousands of kilometers from the Ukrainian border. So Ukraine moved strictly to the strategy where the drones and robots are going to fight first before the human beings, because the drones and robots are replaceable and the human beings are not. So Innovate to Die, this is the panel, turning ideas into effects, and I'm happy to introduce the moderator, Hadley Newman, Senior Advisor, Defense and Security Academic. Please.
Innovate or die. Turning ideas into effects. In strategic communications, speed and adaptability can determine victory or failure. Adversaries exploit delays, test vulnerabilities, and manipulate perception in real time. Success depends on a culture of innovation that moves beyond labs and theory, rapidly turning research, technology, and creative ideas into tools applied across industry, media, and even the battlefield. How do organizations innovate fast enough to stay ahead, integrate political, military, and societal action, and shape the information environment to constrain adversary choices?
Check. Good morning, everyone. So most organizations represented in this room do not suffer from a shortage of ideas. There is no shortage of new technologies, new research, new tools, new concepts, or indeed new discussions about innovation. The challenge is not generating ideas. The challenge is turning them into operational effect. In strategic communications and the wider information environment, speed and adaptability shape outcomes. Adversaries test constantly, exploit delay, tolerate imperfection, and adapt in real time. Meanwhile, many institutions continue to wrestle with the challenge of turning new capabilities into operational reality. As a result, the question is no longer whether organizations can innovate. The question is whether they can convert innovation into operational effect at the pace required by the environment. institutional speed is becoming a strategic variable. The organizations that gain advantage are not necessarily those with the best ideas. They are often the organizations that can identify, adapt, and operationalize useful ideas faster than their competitors and adversaries. So that's the challenge at the heart of this discussion with the panel in this session this morning. So rather than talk about innovation in the abstract, we're agreed we're going to focus on implementation. What actually gets adopted? What slows adaptation in practice? Why useful capabilities struggle to scale, and what organizations can do to close the gap between ideas and effects. To help us explore that challenge, we're joined by a panel representing NATO, academia, industry, and operational practice. I'm delighted to introduce the panel. We have Alistair Weeds, Principal Solution Strategist from Brandwatch, Dr. Helena Padalko, who's a Fulbright Scholar at MIT, Sabrina Speleda, Head of Information Environment at NATO HQ, and Dr. Trenton Ford, Assistant Professor in Data Science at William and Mary. So I've asked each of our panelists to offer a brief opening reflection on what they see as the single biggest obstacle to turning innovation into effect. Sabrina, perhaps could start with you. From NATO's perspective, where do you most often see that gap between innovation and implementation?
Thank you so much, Hadley. Good morning, everyone, and well done on my last name. You've been practicing, I know.
A relief.
Indeed, so as you said, it is no longer a question if we innovate. We have to, because what we're faced with in the information environment, whether we look at how people consume information, how they interact with information and distribute information, or if that's the adversarial space, this is rapidly moving. We can no longer use the tools that we have a year ago or even half a year ago in the same way to be efficient. One of my colleagues usually uses a metaphor saying, we used to have a good car that we drove really well, but we need a newer car that has more, and we need to learn how to drive it even faster. And in big organizations, I think we can all relate to that. It's always a challenge to be fast, because we have rules and regulations in place that hold us accountable, that make sure that we spend our money that we have due to taxpayers wisely. And so those are constraints we have for a good reason, but we need to understand how to work with them. And I think that's maybe a gap. You framed it as a gap, but I think actually it's a space or an opportunity to be faster. So let me just give you a very brief example. Over the last couple of years at NATO, we have been innovating in the space of information environment assessment, how we can use the tools that help our analysts understand what is going on and support our leadership, how we can turn those around in a more flexible, agile way. Buying a tool today might not answer to tomorrow's needs. So we have been working with industry to really be at the cutting edge there. And even then, you still have a procurement process in place that might not be as agile as you want it to be. So one of the innovations that we have to fill that gap is that we designed our procurement and our contract, and you will hear more about what this exactly is maybe later on, but the contract for this new system environment that we have built and that you can actually look at in the marketplace over there, the Nexus environment. We have built that in a way that we have put the burden, sorry, Alistair, on our providers to be flexible. If we need a new data source, if there is a new social media, if there is a new AI capability, if we had to contract that as NATO HQ, we would have to go through the entire process again. That takes time that we don't have. So we designed this in a way that our partners through the contract are able to do that upon our request for us, and that adds agility to our ability to actually see what is going on in this new space with this new data set or incorporating that new capability. So the gap for us, fast procurement, we found a solution that is still in line with everything. There's still the oversight necessary over our procurement, but we're now much faster.
Strong start, innovation by bringing in industry and a fast car analogy. Nice. Trenton, you spent a lot of time looking at emerging capabilities and future trends. Go for it. What do you see as the biggest obstacle?
Okay, hello everyone. I think, so I'm coming from the perspective of a researcher, which means I am often seeking funding to do work and trying to see where the research horizon is going to be by the time I can get to do that work once funded. Now, of course, the order of operations is sometimes reversed there, where you do some work before the funding arrives, and so trying to get a head start. But I think what I've found is that the largest obstacle between actually getting something from the research space, which is where a lot of innovation happens, into the hands of those who can use it and where it can actually be actionable and useful, is that we're not usually involved in the process fully enough to carry it past the point of publication or the end of some grant requirement line. So often we'll build a tool, someone comes to us and says, hey, we have this problem, can you help us solve it? And we do some novel research and hey, maybe we have a solution. But we never got to ask the question of what's the actual goal that you're trying to reach? Because maybe the solution that you've asked for from us isn't the one that would actually be most beneficial to solve your problem. And so a lot of it, I think, is researchers aren't often stakeholders in the full problem. We're stakeholders in the research question, and then it leaves our hands. So I mean, an example of this is I worked in 2022, this was during my PhD at the University of Notre Dame, I worked on a project called the Media Early Warning System. This was a USAID project, and this project was focused on trying to collect news from all over the world and to get actionable insights for operators based on that news. That project lived and died a success. It worked quite well, but it was not aligned with the end users in the way that it needed to be. And I think that in research, a lot of this outcome is what happens. You build a cool thing, and it ends at the publication. And maybe if you're lucky, some organization and people who have a view of the actual goal or the problem can look at that research later and say, hey, we can use this. But then you end up in a position where you're reinventing wheels that have been paid for by taxpayers once already and maybe being paid for again by taxpayers. So I think if I had to choose an obstacle, that would be obstacle number one.
Okay. So, Helena, you were nodding along with a lot of what Trenton was just saying, but you come at this from perhaps different perspective. I know from our recent conversations that you have lived experiences that are fascinating and relevant to this conversation. So what are you seeing as the biggest obstacle?
We didn't actually agree with Trenton beforehand, but you just spoiled my arguments.
Oh, no!
Literally everything that I wanted to say, so I've got to be like amplifying and reiterating what you just said. So first of all, I really appreciate that we are here under techno-optimist conversation, because I'm sick of all this techno-utopian discussion. AI will eliminate humanity, society. We need to use that because our adversaries are not constraining themselves in utilizing innovations. Secondly, I appreciate having two humble academics on this panel, like me and Trenton, because that's exactly the gap that I want to talk about. Because between me and you and Sabrina and Alistair, this is like huge gap of implementation. Like we are doing something in academy, innovations are there, technology are there, brilliant people at MIT, at Harvard working on something, but actually end users like NATO, like NGOs, like other organizations that are actually dealing on a daily basis with our adversaries on the cognitive warfare, they have no clue what we are working about. So this is, so what about research? First of all, industrial partners are not there yet to sponsor our research because they are small, they just don't have money. Secondly, governments are not really interested in this particular time to support cognitive warfare, especially some very peculiar government somewhere in the other side of the ocean. And on the other hand, innovation defense institutions like DARPA, like DIU, like Grey One in Ukraine, they are focused more on military tech and like actual physical kinetic innovations like drone missiles, and they excluding the domain of cognitive warfare. So where all of this innovation is supposed to be born, this is a gap. And the last point connected to research, I know it's like a third one, but I need to highlight it. There is no visible coordination between all of us. We are all doing something, a lot of duplication of efforts, and we have no clue what our colleagues and counterparts somewhere in other universities and other institutions are working on. So for example, on the course that I teach at MIT, it's called AI and Propaganda, we developed a media observatory with Claude with our students, together with a fellow from Harvard Berkman Klein Center of Internet. And this was fascinating. It's like 2 hours together with Claude. We built a whole pipeline for a media observatory that actually, with a given hashtag, with a given topic of interest, give you amazing report that actually could be deployed tomorrow somewhere on like local NGOs, somewhere in the newsrooms, and please use it. But no one really knows about this technology. So we need to have this, some common platform to kind of being able to communicate and share all of that innovations, because innovations are there. And it's not always about sophisticated model, compute, AI. It's about accessibility and coordination. So I'm really fascinated with all this democratization of technologies that we have right now. We have never been in such a historic moment as right now, but do we actually use it fully? I'm not sure, actually. But maybe this panel will bring us closer to this historical moment, and we're going to be innovating better than our adversaries.
I'm confident it will. Alistair, you've got a soft landing. You've just been set up so nicely by Sabrina and Helena here. But from an implementation and adoption perspective, where do things stall in your experience? Where does it go wrong?
So good morning, everyone, and hello over there. You can get a nice view of the back of my head. And yeah, lovely to be here. I think it was around this time yesterday, Jay Jansen was sat in this seat talking about cognitive advantage and how one of the key elements of that is decision advantage. And I think that's really been what we are bringing to the table as a industry partner of NATO, is helping our partners like NATO and other defense organizations, governmental organizations, make sense of what's going on in this very fast-moving landscape quicker, so they can distinguish what matters amongst all the noise and decide where and how they should take action. And I think the typical thinking about this going to be over a period of years, generally speaking, not just with NATO and other orgs in the defense space, one of the biggest barriers is adoption. Because we've got platforms like ours, which are a powerful tool, but can be quite complex for users to get into. And we've got some really expert software users at NATO. There's Davide somewhere. There he is. He's a super user, so people like him can get it and are great. But when other people need to get access to the data, it can be a bit of a struggle. And so that barrier, I think, is something that LLMs now are really helping us to overcome, because we can then add a layer on top of the analysis platform for a much wider range of users to get access to. So people who are more at the forefront of communications or working directly with communicators can more quickly use LLMs to make sense of the data. But there's another big part of it here, which is that the landscape, I think, is actually evolving faster than it ever has. This month is actually going to mark my 20th anniversary in the industry. And during that period, we've seen social media really come to the fore, and there's been a massive disruption. And I think it's just, generally speaking, social media is an area where adversaries have adapted to very well and have utilized against us to manipulate narratives. But now we're seeing the adoption of LLMs by the wider public really become a big factor. And that is, I think, an area which we'll hopefully talk more about, where I do think there's a general struggle to really understand the impact of AI in how people engage with the media, how people engage with news. And that is a big challenge, I think, now for communicators to really get their heads around, which I won't say any more about because we'll save it for later.
Okay, fair enough. Sabrina, what characteristics do organizations that adapt successfully tend to have in common? What's the commonality here?
Yeah, so I think, and I'm bit proud to say that I think we have a good example now for ourselves, but I think there's a couple of points that I would like to mention, also based on our experience now with rolling out this new system environment across our teams. You have to have, the crucial point I would say is you need to have a conducive environment that's built up of several elements. So I mentioned that you need to work with different parts of your house, right? For us that was, when we talk about the system environment that we now have, Nexus as an example, we worked with our procurement partners to understand how to best set this up for agility. So I think also having that conversation with the people who make the rules of how you can innovate, if you want to get new new systems, new software, that is really crucial. So having that that exchange and innovating also in that space. Then what we have also seen is, and for me personally, I think that's the most important one, change management, right? AI. I've seen different examples. Some people go like, oh my God, this is going to save us. We don't need people anymore. And on the other side, you have the people who are like, this is going to take my job. It's scary for some, and some might overstate what it can do. So you really have to think about how do you have that conversation about innovation, whether that's AI or something else. What we did is when we rolled out this system environment, we had a lot of conversations, not in big groups, but really with the user groups that might use the tool in specific ways for their daily work and for their mandate, to explain what it can and cannot do, and how it can support their specific piece of the bigger pie, right? And that built that trust, but that also helped us get the feedback back in. And I think if organizations understand that you need to have change management in place, even if you just roll out a new system, that really helps get the people on board and get that buy-in from everyone, so that your solution, which is amazing, might I just add, check it out over there, that is actually getting used and doesn't rot on the shelf somewhere. And then the last point I would mention, maybe twofold, is that you have to innovate sustainably, right? So for us, what we now have, the system environment, Nexus, is focused on information environment assessment. So really our work in the information environment, it can do the big piece of the pie, but it also supports us quite significantly in addressing information manipulation. However, this is not just one piece, but it's embedded in a bigger strategy, so that it does not only support one community, but it really is embedded in innovation that is strategically set by the house and can support other communities as well. So really having that integration. And I think those are some of the elements that I would, based on conversations with other organizations, but also on our personal experience, some of the things that I would want to highlight.
But that's presumably a phased approach to strategy, right? So you've Nexus now, and then it iterates and evolves and develops.
And the thing is, maybe just to backtrack, again, big organizations, things don't happen overnight, right? So there was a phase before from my boss's idea of what he wanted to see at some point. We iterated. We hired the right people to make this possible, which is a real privilege. But then also we prototyped. We already with the prototype went out, talked to people, how it supports their work, how it supports the strategy. So indeed, it's a phased approach, and it doesn't stop here. There's more steps to come that kind of expand the use case and that bring other communities in as well.
And coming back to my point about the criticality of speed with this, are there limitations to how large organizations can adapt? Trenton, you can come in here.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say that there is a strict limitation, but there are practical limitations and factors for adoption and adaptation that I think limit you realistically. I've found that most large organizations, the limiting factor is getting people to use a thing and getting people to learn the thing you want them to use. And usually by the time you get to that point, that's where you actually figure out whether this adaptation was a good one or a failure, because those people have to decide whether this tool is better than what they were using before and whether they adopt it successfully. So one of the things that I want to, whenever I hear people talk about innovation, I always throw the caveat in there, very much like the word progress. It doesn't necessitate a successful direction. It is just going in a direction. So part of what you said about making sure that it is goal-oriented and the target is set by the house, I'm imagining that's a term for the organization. I'm not read in that way. But doing it in that way where your innovation is directed towards a goal helps to remove the chance that you're surprised that your innovation, one, either doesn't get adopted, doesn't get used, or maybe misses the point. I think that a lot of tools that we're building right now are missing the point. I'm not speaking for NATO in particular. I'm not even talking about some of the work I do with DARPA. When I look at my LinkedIn feed, for instance, and I see 10 researchers in AI who are working on the same tool because they got Claude Code and they could type in the prompt and get it to make a thing, okay, you've used 10x the tokens you could have used to write it one. And I think that that sort of goalless innovation is a thing that could slow you down. It's a thing you could waste time doing. It's a thing you will waste money doing. And I think we're doing a lot more of that right now because the tools make it so easy to prototype very quickly. So you think prototype before point, prototype before question, prototype before goal. Go make it. Why? Why are you making it? Mm-hmm. And so I think that's a thing that we might be getting caught up in. I know that we've discussed some of the ways that you are all avoiding that, but for many people in this room, you're coming from smaller organizations, or you're doing it yourself, or maybe you're the person who's designing the tool. You will be tempted, and the tools will make it, whatever Copilot you're using will make it very easy to try to make the thing quickly, but you might be making a thing that just lives on a shelf.
Is that a fear of yours, Alistair? Do you grapple with those sorts of problems?
Yeah, exactly. And just to kind of expand on that, then I think there are some principles that I think have created the success in the solution that we've been rolling out with NATO, this Nexus platform. But there are principles that I think could be applied in any sort of solution that's being used in the information environment. And to come back to what Trent was saying, you need to basically use LLMs in the places where they are most useful and not try to use them for tasks maybe that could be done more cheaply with non-LLM type solutions, and also areas where really you don't want to rely on an LLM to give you the answers. So I think we're trying to get the best of both worlds here, where we're using LLMs for the stuff that LLMs are good for, summarizing large amounts of data. Because again, we're thinking about trying to get that decision advantage. How can we make sense of all the noise and figure out what matters and maybe how then we should respond? So LLMs can help reading much more content than we can and to synthesize that into bullet points. But we then have to build the right data infrastructure underneath that so that the LLMs are looking at the right subsets of the data. And also a lot of the things that LLMs do well in this narrative environment for the solution we have are there because there's some very kind of simple tech underneath. Some things like site lists and author lists, the work of analysts that we've been doing over years to structure this massive environment into blocks. So then the LLMs are summarizing these blocks and understanding what each block is about. Because the AIs can't really determine themselves who matters or which sources matter, but we can use some of that. So the LLM layer that we've got at the top, which is the real transformation now with the capability, because we've got senior people who are not really techie people, able to use a very simple infrastructure where they can just type a question and get an answer using the LLM capabilities, but that is powered beneath a layer which is also transparent, and there isn't a black box, so that if we see the AI is giving an answer, we kind of know where that data comes from that's been fed to it. It's not just kind of some magic solution where you just ask the AI and it goes and figures things out. We know what data it's being given, and we've got control of that, and we can then unpick all the different sort of strands that are feeding into that. So still Boolean matters, just because we can structure the queries that are feeding the LLMs, and we know exactly what's included and excluded in that. So we're combining methods that have been around for a decade or longer as the foundation of this, and then layering that up into the newest technology, which is these LLMs. And also then the users, I think, are sharing best practice with each other. And so we have been doing some great and kind of internal workshops where either from our side or from the NATO user side, they're sharing the examples of where this has worked, where there's an instance happened and they've been able to go into the platform, write a question, get an answer back, and immediately be able to then give advice to take action on it. And that's worked, and that's been a much quicker cycle than we've been able to do before. And they're also then sharing amongst each other the different prompts that they're writing. And some of them are writing quite long prompts to give a template to the LLM to say, I need you to give my answer back in this structure, because that's the structure I need to pass on to the general or something like that. So there's some kind of old tech, as well as some just basic common sense about sharing best practices alongside the latest tech and the LLMs that I think is the real recipe for success here.
Okay, Sabrina wants to come in, then I'll come to Helena.
I'll be real quick, just maybe to add on to that. I think for big organizations, I mean, we are NATO, literally our slogan, right? But that means that we have many different constituencies. We're made up of allies, different parts of the house. But that also means that when we develop infrastructure or system environments together with our industry partners, we were really thinking about how can we get the best out of it for different expertise levels. Because, again, I think we all sympathize with the fact that our resources are not always what we would want or need to do everything as in-depth or as perfectly as we can. But with, as you described, Alistair, there are two different layers to our system. The one that virtually anyone can use as much or as little expertise as they have. And then you have the other side where really you have specialists working with the environment. So it democratizes our analytical tools in a way that we haven't seen before, while still making sure that it's foundationally sound because we have that expertise behind it. And that's been really heartwarming to see how quickly both communities have adopted this and how excited they are that they get analytical insights. For example, leadership, that they, at the click on their phone, get analytical insights that previously they would have had to ask an analyst to generate. So I think that holistic, having your entire community in mind kind of approach really helped us with that.
Okay. Helena, what's the most overrated IA capability that you've encountered recently? And then conversely, to follow that up, what capability has genuinely surprised you?
Okay, but I need to share this observation about this panel. I'm enjoying this love magistral between Sabrina and Alistair, because this is exactly how it's supposed to work, like end user innovations and practitioners. And that's exactly what happened, because Marina was talking about drone innovations in Ukraine, how rapidly we were able to deploy all the innovation. And now you literally can change a configuration of a drone overnight when like our soldiers directly is working with drone companies. So all of that was possible only because 70% of bureaucratic work was eliminated, because it was political will to change it overnight, and because survival is the mother of innovation. I'm happy we're not in the survival mode here in Europe, but maybe it's like temporary situation. So coming back to the question that you asked about overrated capabilities. Unfortunately, a lot of BS is happening in the realm of AI, and like it's definitely overrated by default. So a lot of people who like doing this AI companies could and like AI services, agentic models, it could be definitely replaced with simpler solutions, so where you don't need all of that compute, all of that resources. So I probably, among all the examples that I have, I would love to, as a proud Ukrainian, I would love to bring this one from our colleagues from Center of Strategic Communication. They recently deployed language models that they train on a data set of their cases of Russian information operations and their reaction, because, you know, this is a huge problem. They literally cannot remember what they encountered 3 months ago, because every day they are bombarded with new operations. And sometimes it's not that new. Sometimes you just need to go back and revision what was the response to the previous info operations. So they basically train this model on this data set and use this as a RAG, like retrieval augmented generation. So you basically decreased tremendously the time for response, and the main currency in our business is time. So I'm very proud of them. This is a pretty simple solution, very efficient, so that's what I would love to highlight. In terms of surprise, I'm surprised every day because this is an impressive time to be in and contemplate all of this innovation. And if you didn't have a chance to go to this marketplace and educate yourself about what is actually happening, please fix this mistake and go there. This is impressive. All of the startups, especially Ukrainian startups, they are doing an amazing job. They are even managed to basically build a system for information threat predictions that works. And we are just in the very beginning of all of that. But I would love to bring another angle that my colleagues at MIT working on, and this is not something that we are usually talking in a conversation about information warfare, because we're usually talking about defense. Very little about offense, unfortunately. I think we need to talk more about offense and all the capabilities that we can use AI for offense. But we are dismissing resilience part, as I feel, resilience building, and there is a big opportunity to discover different systems. As particularly Deb Roy, professor at MIT, he works on this participatory democracy challenges and participatory democracy projects, and for example, a recent project called Agora, this consensus building systems. They basically interviewed people with AI, and then these AI generated personas, like AI doubles, were representing these humans, and then in their systems they were trying to build and craft consensus statements that multiple stakeholders could agree on. So this is consensus building, like Google and Jigsaw, they work on this also participatory democracy collective dialogue systems, which is pretty impressive. They already deployed them in one 70K town in Kentucky, and they were basically asking citizens what are their opinions on some urban planning decisions, and after that they did a feedback loop, and 83% of participants said that they gained a better understanding of different opinions, even if they didn't agree with that. So, we are forgetting what is the biggest goal of Russian propaganda and Chinese propaganda is to create gaps in our society and polarize them. So we need to address these fundamental gaps with everything that you just mentioned and implement that on a scale.
Yeah, some good examples. Trent, an open question, actually. Do you want to come in? Or?
Well, I'm going to throw a little bit of a wrench. Listening to everyone here, and from my own experience, so I teach generative artificial intelligence at William & Mary to grad students, and I teach a companion class to undergraduates to prepare them for going out of the door into the current job markets and wherever else they're headed to. And we do a lot of adoption work. So actually, William & Mary rated as the county that contains William & Mary as a college town is the highest per citizen adoption for artificial intelligence of anywhere in the United States. So this was maybe 3 days ago, Microsoft's AI radar. So we do a lot of work on adoption. I think, and as a computer scientist, I want to plant a flag and say it seems like a lot of the work that we have to do when it comes to getting people to realize where to plug in artificial intelligence and how to think about it is by first disabusing them of the illusion that it is artificial intelligence at all. We have to work them back from them assuming that it has some intelligence to it is machine learning. Here's what machine learning is. So do you all think that there might be some advantage to recoining or saying, okay, this is AI as this large group, but actually let's talk about machine learning, which is what underpins all of this?
Yeah, you guys are the educators, right?
And
you're the educators to answer that
definitely.
question.
We forgot about basic classification and clusterization model and talk about AI agent. You can solve that easily without all of that, with a little compute.
And I think that's what a lot of it was underneath your work is you figure out where to plug in the AI or the large language model, but keep things that work working.
Yeah.
Is that harder to... Is it harder to convince people that this is the solution for them if it doesn't have that shine on it of
Well, yeah, it's interesting. There's, I think, been a big phase of like vendors or any technological solution just sticking AI across everything because it was the buzzword. And in a sense now, it's kind of baked in a lot of places, and it's just there, and it has different forms, and it's kind of using the right application of different forms of machine learning or AI. And I don't really mind too much what label people use as long as they know the right application of that technology at the right place. And I just want to echo Helena's encouragement to check out the marketplace. There's some great tech in there. And do come and see us at our stand, even if it's just to pick up a water bottle, because we've got far too many of those and we don't want to take them back with us. And also bonus, if you say it in a British accent, water bottle, we'll give you a sticker as well. So that's a little plug. But just to come back to one thing I mentioned before, which hopefully we can talk a bit about, is just this changing landscape, because we're talking about using LLMs or AI in the tools that we're using to analyze the information space. But also the reality is that the wider public are themselves using AI more day to day to do research, to do search, and to often ask questions about some of these geopolitical topics that we're tackling. And I think this is both a threat and an opportunity for us as communicators. And just generally, I don't feel as if we in the communication space have really done enough to get our heads around what this really means for us in the communication, the information environments. And so, we've got people using their LLMs directly, like ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude, to go and ask questions. But increasingly now, people are just going to Google and searching. And there's something like 16 billion Google searches a day, and an increasing percentage of that now gets an AI answer from Google. And now you've also got, Siri, now plugging into Gemini, and so people will be, using their phones. They've got these AI lenses on their phones where they're, looking at pictures and things, and people are also then fact-checking, sometimes research. So we need to, I think, there's three key things here. One is to really understand how the public are using LLMs themselves in their daily consumption of media, because we also see a general downward trend in readership on a lot of online news sources, and part of that is because people are getting their answers from an AI, and they're not bothering to then click through to the sources to read up on it. And so we need to really figure out, well, how are people really using AIs and what impact is really that having on them? And the second question then is, how are the AIs actually formulating their answers? What is the actual mechanism that the LLMs are using to give their answers back? And then the third thing is kind of where are these LLMs getting their answers from, or what answers are they actually giving? And I think that third thing is actually the bit of the puzzle that is kind of easiest for us to do, because there are APIs with a lot of these LLMs, there are tools, like we've got some of this capability as well, where we can, at scale, put questions into LLMs to then see what answers they give back to these questions. But then it's kind of knowing what's going into those LLMs, I think, is a bit of a mystery at the moment. We don't really know how people are using that. The most transparent one is Grok, because people are asking their question on X and getting the answer back. And I mean, just on the topic of like Russia and Ukraine and NATO, there's like 250,000 answers that Grok, or 150 to 250,000 answers a month that Grok's giving out in English. And so we can at least see that, but then that's quite small in its usage compared to the other LLMs. And so I think this is a massive space that we as an industry have not done anywhere near enough to map out. So that, I think, is an innovation challenge for us, is what can we do to really understand the usage of AI as a wider public, and what impact is that having?
That might be a nice segue, because I want to move this on to collaboration and scaling, right? So from NATO, academia, and industry, how do we get to effective collaboration?
Yeah, I think we're already there. I'm sorry. Like, they're collaborating so well. Like, this is a love letter. It is a bit of a love letter.
Some innovation. How did it come about?
Yeah, maybe just one point on your provocation, if you allow. I will keep it very short. But I think in this space, when we talk about countering information manipulation, we have always prioritized in the past resilience building through, it used to be media literacy, then it was media and information literacy, and I do think now we need AI literacy, and that is just something that has shifted as the consumption of information changed. We need to change what we tell people, and I know that's probably going to bleed your heart, but whether we call it AI, LLM, or something else, people just need to understand what the advantages and risks are and some of the basics. And then I think this is actually very, very helpful to kind of avoid some of the misconceptions. But yeah, that's maybe for the future.
I appreciate that pushback. That's good.
But that kind of, as you said, that kind of segues into collaboration, because of course we have, when we talk about innovation, I'm very happy to say that we have innovated on a very specific thing that adds huge advantage to our work when we talk about information environment assessment and understanding information manipulation. But this kind of cooperation that we have with Brownwatch and other parts of the private industry that made this system environment possible, that is, we sign a contract, we have a contractual relationship, even though it's a very good one, where we really have implemented some mechanisms that let us innovate, that also is a very trusted relationship, where I think we understand each other and have a common vision. That is, I would say, one side of the entire scale that we have here. And what we do, we work in very different ways and at very different levels with civil society, private industry, where that can range from, oh, you have a very interesting research paper that you think is relevant for us, come brief the allies, come brief our hierarchy. That can be a one-off. Just to raise awareness of what is already out there, as you guys said. But that can also be like, oh, this is actually something that fits very neatly into a problem set that we're trying to solve. Maybe we can work with you on a project that hopefully won't die on a shelf, but that contributes to that. And I think we all appreciate that we don't have all the mechanisms, all the tools for us. There's so much innovation happening in civil society, especially in the space of countering information manipulation, where we have also good examples of working with people who innovate for themselves, but that we can tap into, like when it's about the development of automated TTP detection that some have been playing around with, or whether that is getting inspiration from other organizations. So you can scale it up, right? Because sometimes it doesn't have to be a contractual relationship. Sometimes you can give good researchers, good innovators just the space to connect with other people. That's also why conferences like this, I think, are really inspiring, because you hear so much that is happening. And one of the key points for us is interoperability, and there's a lot of things happening in terms of thinking and innovating in that space that is outside of the governments as well. So you don't always have to think in terms of we sign a contract and then you do something for us. It can also be different kinds of cooperation. And having worked both for, like not both, three, for a national administration, for the European Union, and now for NATO, it's also some organizations don't want to have a formal collaboration with some of these organizations. For whatever reason, that is fair, right? But there might still be ways of tapping into each other that is beyond that and adding value.
So was academia engaged in the Nexus effort, in the focus groups that you described earlier?
No, but of course, because we have exchanges with academia, that helped us understand where our needs are. But for example, William and Mary University does an innovation challenge, I think, what is it called? And we've been working with them on that in the past. So that is something,
I think this just happened maybe last week or something.
Yeah. So, there's those kinds of, like, non-traditional or more creative ways of cooperating. And the system environment that we have now, of course, had to be delivered by companies that have the data access, that have the LLMs. But this is not a one thing, right? It's part of the broader information environment assessment capability. And what we hear from experts of what we should be looking out for, what's the next big step, all of that feeds into how we design our work and who we collaborate with.
So, mindful of time, Helena, what are you seeing today that the rest of us are not yet appreciated or grasped?
I think we're missing the main component of all of that. It's people. If we don't have good people, we don't have innovation. And I think we need to work more on fostering a cohort of people that can actually bridge this innovation, AI development, with needs of cognitive warfare. So something that we are currently thinking a lot of in terms of development is a master's program. Our adversaries, like for example, Russia has 74 universities that have discipline, information security, like basically information manipulations and training information operators there. And in the EU, we have only University of Tartu who has this master's program. We don't have that in Ukraine, unfortunately, but we are currently working on that. So something like Master of Technology, Cognitive Defense, Information Security is very, very much needed. We need a cohort of these people because innovation for our domain will not just happen out of blue. It's going to be people who will bridge all of that, and we need to foster these people. And I definitely support a lot your comment on AI literacy, digital literacy. It's not, so that's what I mentioned is about training of professionals who are going to be operating, like who are going to be our colleagues and next people who will sit in these seats next year and in the next 10 years. But also we need to remember about the rest of the public and do digital literacy, AI literacy, media literacy, all of that, like for NGOs, for all levels. We do need to have that as a component at secondary schools, like everywhere, because we need to build that resilience if we care about democracy. If we don't care, we don't need to do that.
Academic track on resilience might be a pipeline into industry and the institutions. Final couple of words before we open up to the floor for questions. Alistair, you want to start us off?
Yeah, I just realised one important ingredient I didn't mention before, which I think has been really key to the success of the model we have now with NATO, is a direct feedback loop between users and engineers. And so we have front-end communicators or people working really at the formation of the communication strategy, using the tool, but being able to then give feedback on what they're finding works well and doesn't work well directly to people who can implement change in the technology. So that on our side is my colleague Jamie, wherever he is, someone in the room, who's our kind of tech wizard, getting that feedback directly from users and then being able to turn it around quickly. That ability to innovate rapidly in the information environment has been really key. And just going forward, I think, just to echo what's been said, I think we need to see more collaboration between academia and industry, because think about people, there are a lot of bright minds in academia who, if maybe we as industry can give some of our tools to academia, they can do some of the research that's needed. And just going back to what I was saying before, one of the key areas I think needs research is this area of understanding LLM behavior when used by the public. And so we've got access as industry to APIs, and we can put in thousands of questions and we can map those back, and that's useful. But one of the big things that's happening now with LLMs is this personalization dimension, especially with Google. And Google, I think, is going to increasingly become the dominant platform. And ChatGPT is leading now, but I think Google, because of their infrastructure into so much of the wider internet ecosystem, is going to become ever bigger. And that is a lot of personalization. So the response people get is often tailored to their past history, and it's really difficult for us to know how that works. So maybe if we can bring in some of the stuff that, for example, you're working on, like digital twins, maybe that's an area of technology that we could use to start to model AI responses to different personas. But that's something I don't think we typically, we don't, industry doesn't just make those bets. Industry doesn't, because we're kind of profit-driven, we can't necessarily take those risks, but maybe academia can. Maybe academia can do some of those more explorative pieces and investigate. So I think we need to see more of that partnership to really collectively stay ahead as a society.
Right, moving on, I'm mindful of time, quickly. Final words, Trenton, go for it.
Okay, I agree with that. I think even on just the point of like digital twins or trying to increase our ability to make models that act as a person might in order to learn about those people, I think we often forget that the people component is maybe the most important part of the alliance. Like the people underneath these countries are the point. And right now, I have a fear that we are, and rightly so in a lot of cases, we're looking at the acute issues and we're dealing with what's in front of us, but we haven't looked behind us to see that we're being hollowed out in a way that means that we can't replenish our pipelines of academics. We can't replenish the pipelines of the people in this room who you will have to face the next whatever. And if we don't turn inward in some way, in some meaningful way with an actual plan, I think maybe these seats will be empty in a few years.
Helena?
I just want to reiterate, we don't have an innovation problem at all. Like, we have innovation implementation problem, and that's it. And we need to work it out with the coordination, with the cooperation, and everything with the core. Yeah, so it was a really sweet panel, and I was afraid we're going to be boring because everyone agreed with everyone. But at least I hope it was important, interesting, and entertaining enough for you. So I feel a lot of inspiration after our talk and after this conference broadly, after talking to startups, and I will talk more to them, and we just need to work it out. We don't have any other options.
Nice, Sabrina.
2 quick points. I think don't innovate and implement in a vacuum. For us, what has really helped innovate in this space is that we have an alliance data sharing ecosystem in place that kind of makes sure that what we do fits into the broader strategy and objectives of the entire house, and that it feeds into something that is bigger than just our part. We also have an AI strategy to look at, so it's harder to innovate if you don't have that kind of framework that helps you kind of set the objective and look into the future. And then as a last, maybe provocative point, or maybe not, fail fast. We don't have the time to fail slowly. We don't have the time to look at something where we see, maybe we can still save it, or maybe it will help that one person over there. We don't have that time. Fail fast, try it out fast, and then discard it if it doesn't work and move on to the next thing.
I'll see your provocation and raise you. NATO's capable and willing to do that?
In our space, we have tried this. We have seen some things, because innovation moves so fast, right? You see something shiny and flashy, you're like, this is the thing. And then you see, oh, maybe it was just a hollow thing. And then we discarded that. And then we found through that we learned, right? We kept the lessons identified, and we actually learned the lessons. That's why we are right now. So I can only speak for myself and my team. But yeah, my boss is big about fail fast.
Good, encouraging. I'd like to open the floor to questions. If you wait for the mic to come to you, stand, introduce yourself, and ask your concise question, please. We have a hand up here.
First Lieutenant Shavilov said the Multinational Brigade in Latvia. Such a nice trauma bonding session. I think this panel deserves a separate day. And my question goes to, and this panel also should be, I think, attended by J1 and HR people, certainly, and understand what talent is lacking in our organizations. And my question goes to Ms. Speileder. What are the 3 questions senior leadership should ask themselves today if we are talking about innovation and change management? Yeah. Thank you.
Very good. Do we collect? Okay. Thank you, and also very brave to try to pronounce my last name. Well done. I think senior leadership, they should ask themselves, with innovation, again, do we have a strategy in place? Do we know what we want to achieve, right? Because that very often is something fuzzy, like do good stratcom. That is not enough to build something. You need to know who is your audience, who are your users, are you hiring the right people to support this? And is this something that is supported by the highest level? For us, keeping the technological edge is anchored in the NATO strategic concept. So this is something that is embraced at the highest level. And so it has a little framework around it so that you're not operating in isolation. So do I know what I want to do with this? Whatever innovation, whatever new instrument that you have, do I know what to do with it? Am I confident that I have the right people to maintain this over a sustainable amount of time? I have heard stories and seen things where organizations, unnamed, bought a Ferrari of a tool, right? And then the one driver they had, the one person who could maintain it, couldn't be prolonged because of contractual issues. And then it sat there. And this is like, you have to have a longer term vision. You cannot just think until the next half year. And then I think as well, does senior leadership themselves understand what it entails? They don't have to know the nitty-gritty, right? I don't understand the nitty-gritty. I'm not an AI expert. I have people and our industry partners for that. But do they have an understanding of the opportunities and limitations so that it doesn't end up in a situation where, oh yeah, the AI can do it and we don't need additional posts kind of situation arises. So I think those are some of the things that I would mention.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Hand here. Okay, we'll come to you next.
Sigurður Emil Pálsson from Iceland, worked for government and in research for decades, retired. I was just wondering if we could take up what, for example, Trenton and I think others mentioned. How can we actually have a better environment for bringing out inventions? What comes to my mind is experience from the 70s in Iceland, where we got microchips and integrated circuits. We got a lot of young startups with solutions in search of problems. But then there were engineers from a fishing village. They knew an acute problem and the technology. They made a world-leading firm. In the 90s, one saw in Estonia the Tiger Leap, where you got again the young inventors, you could say, harnessing the internet and web solutions, but they had in their mind the focus on the need of society. Because how can we get back through this compartmentalization that you were referring to, get people with the acute sense of the needs and connect them with those with the ideas? Thank you.
And who is that addressed to?
I mentioned Trent, but anybody who could take this up. Thank you.
Would you like to take that?
So this isn't my area of expertise, but I have thoughts. When I think about periods of great innovation that were purposeful and meaningful and seem to make massive leaps forward, it's usually because there is a societal need or impetus that is so strong that you're given leeway by all the people who claim power and hold funds to do what is necessary to make a change. This is the space race in the United States. There are lots of these instances. Right now, Ukraine is one of these instances where you have a place where the need is so great, you are empowered to do what is needed. And it fuels young people, it fuels us. If you give someone like me or other researchers or companies a purpose that everyone seems to agree on, and there's this, I'll say national, but maybe even global sort of agreement that this is useful, then you'll get people to work on those problems. You'll get people talking who don't talk. You'll get people who take jobs for lower salaries, like many of you are doing, to work on problems that you think are very important. And I think that's how you make leaps forward. Okay. I don't know how to do that.
Isn't preserving democracy is not enough reason, Trenton?
Preserving democracy feels intangible.
Not intangible,
Yeah.
Okay. We actually have a risk of losing our countries. That's our motivation. Clear. So I feel like having BRAE1 for cognitive warfare with a little extension to education and academic section would be really a feasible option. So how many of you understand what is BRAE1? Can you please raise the hand? BRAE1. Oh my gosh, I was talking about BRAE1 and no one have a clue what is that. Okay, BRAE1 is a governmental organization in Ukraine that was created after full-scale innovation in 2023. And their purpose is to bridge innovation, like small and medium innovators in like drones, missiles, all the ammunition realm with real battlefield needs. That's what I mentioned, that like actual startups are communicated with battalion and can change configuration of a drone overnight just because BRAE1 created this ecosystem where they can operate. So if we can create this BRAE1 for cognitive warfare and also have extension to academy with a master's program, so have this
ecosystem on place. And I feel like we are kind of getting closer to that in Ukraine. That could be scalable solution. But first of all, we need to have a political will to create all of that. This is like fundamental issue. Do we have it? Sabrina, do we have it?
I'm an optimist, and I see that people have it at their heart. Of course, implementation at scale, as with anything, is the crux of the matter. But I think this panel has shown that we can have a good time together and actually achieve something together. And we're all like looking at the right objective, aren't we, Hadley?
100%. What a great place to end on. Thank you so much. I don't need to say much more. So thank you all for attending. Thank you to my panel. It's been brilliant.
Good job.
And we move into coffee break now.
Good job.
strategic glasses for me. Oh. All right. Yeah, so good afternoon already. So you have arrived, I hope you know where you have arrived. This is a data poisoning breakout session. So several years into the LLM era, the Stratcom community has named the big threats, which is the groomed training data, poisoned retrieval pipelines, adversary information operations designed to be ingested by the models our analysts, citizens, and decision makers increasingly rely on. Naming is not defending, and naming is also not deterring. So this panel asks, what comes after the diagnosis? So where are the real vulnerabilities in the data, in the models, in deployment, or in the humans in the loop? What has the West actually built to defend its information environments at the model layer, and where it falls behind the offensive side? When adversaries treat LLMs as both targets and weapons, what does a credible response look like, and what's stopping us from fielding it? So in this context today, it is a pleasure and privilege to introduce three esteemed panelists, and I will start with, on my left, Ms. Sophia Froden, who is an open source investigator. Then we have Roman Osachuk, who is the director of the threat intelligence at Let's Data. And final but not least, Peter Sjöholm. Is it good? Is it? Yeah. I was practicing it. Who is a senior cybersecurity consultant at Combitech AB. And now I will give, so my name is Gundars Bergmanis-Korac. I'm serving currently as a chief of the AI lab at Nato Stratcom CRV, and I will have this privilege to moderate this discussion today. And now I would like to give you, each of you, 2 minutes to reflect on today's panel, on your previous work perhaps, and before we jump into the questions and discussion. So Sophia, please.
Yes. Hi, I'm so happy to be here, and thank you to the Stratcom Center of Excellence for hosting this panel. Before we dig into the specifics of data poisoning and LLM grooming, I want to acknowledge that what we're fundamentally talking about right now is artificial intelligence. And I more specifically want to highlight the sort of hidden or maybe subtle biases that we exist in. So currently, the paradigm that is most popular in the West when we talk about AI or think about AI is this top-down sort of private sector-led paradigm of AI. It's a one-size-fits-all frontier model-led paradigm that emphasizes innovation at all costs. That's not an unhelpful paradigm, but I just want us to acknowledge the framework that we exist in and acknowledge the biases and blind spots that we might have. I also want to acknowledge that a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, this paradigm that we exist in with artificial intelligence may well change, because there are many things about this technology that are still unknown, still evolving, and we're still not sure exactly how this technology will integrate into our society. Another point I want to emphasize is the need for national and international legal frameworks for the use of artificial intelligence, and specifically the use of artificial intelligence in warfare and covert operations. We tend to rely on existing long-term legal frameworks, both nationally and internationally, for cyber warfare, covert operations. But unfortunately, I worry that those legal frameworks do not necessarily encompass the risks and potential fallout from using artificial intelligence, specifically in the warfare context. And a final point I want to emphasize, and this is in direct reference to the previous panel on innovation or die, is what are we using artificial intelligence for in a strategic communications situation? To what end? What are we trying to achieve? If we're just using AI for the sake of AI, I worry that many bad things will happen inadvertently. I would urge slower, perhaps more surgical action as opposed to just acting for action's sake. Unwise action is maybe worse than inaction. And I'm not saying inaction is good, by the way. I'm just saying that there are many risks here to take into consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. This is like, what do we want? Do we want AI? When do we want it now? And what do we want to solve it? How to solve it? We don't know. There might be some risks hidden there. So, Roman, please reflect on your work, and perhaps you can state also why do you think it's really important to to have this discussion in the context of strategic communications, and how does this reflect on your work, and what can you tell about LLM grooming, data poisoning from your work perspective?
Yeah, I want to start from the actually question to the audience. How many of you today ask something in your AI LLM chatbot of choice or preference, right? Did it quote some of the sources, like for it in its answer, or like you used offline? Okay, that also makes sense. Did you check those sources that it quoted? If yes, good for you. That's a nice thing that you should continue doing. If not, you should definitely like check it. So for me as a Ukrainian national, it is not like trivial question, because too many people every day asking questions. Grok, is this true? I'm sorry that I'm bringing this up, but like you definitely seen this thing, meaning that people are asking things about real world that actually inflicting their understanding of the situation. Mm-hmm. They're regurgitating different disinformation and like untrue stories, especially in the context of war. Like I've seen so many messages that this is unreal war that for me, I cannot even like comprehend and tell it like in not profanity language what I mean and like how I feel when I read this. But the idea of like LLM poisoning and the thing that we're discussing is important. Why I ask people about the chatbots? We all would be using this more and more. Google is changing its thing, so like there would be no search anymore. There would be like kind of, I don't know, summary of the things that you're searching that would be done on some data that you're not necessarily control. And the attacks on the LLMs, they are coming not only from the necessarily the pre-training, even though this is also important, but also on the context. So RAG, basically what documents it pulls in, and that's what Russians are doing, and others, they are trying to poison the sources where your LLM is taking and grounding their answers from. And that's why you need always be vigilant and taking a look what those sources actually are, because there is no guarantee and 100% that those sources will always be trustworthy. And that's the thing that I want us to always remember and focus on and check.
Thank you. Peter, floor is yours.
Right. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me here. It's a pleasure to be part of this discussion panel. In my mind, in terms of implementation of and deployment of AI, you know, the world has been driving in 200 on the freeway quite for a while now, and incredibly fast. And it's no news that the mechanism that we are designed to contain and control this technology hasn't kept pace. It is beginning to catch up significantly, but there is still a large existing debt to be paid in terms of security and control. Or in terms like we've been deploying these stuff or using these stuff with far too much access, far too much exposure in terms of untrusted input being led through, and also containment, I would say, like impact limitation when something goes wrong. Mm-hmm. So you got that aspect, and in addition, you have, as both of you have been sort of touching on, is also this is a fairly new subject for technology for society, and most people are using it. It is something that is wedged right between the real source of information and the audience, being our society, for example, that is the consumer. So it sits right between those important stuff, and it's a very big attack surface, and people trust it far too much. So you have those two components combined. In my mind, we might be in a place now in the world where we are at most vulnerable when those two places meet. So this is a huge opportunity for an adversary, and also if you want to go on offensive, it's a big attack surface to opportunity and also a risk. Also, I want to really highlight the unintentional damage that can happen. Most stuff that we've seen, the most worst thing that we've seen or is known, is actually unintended. It is user behavior that has resulted in disastrous things for organizations. And it's just an example of same conclusion, really. If I link it to the concept of cognitive warfare, that's been a hot topic. I think it is paramount that this vulnerability or this state we're in is factored in as a risk, especially when we deal with poisoning on the offensive side, or if we go on the offensive, so we don't have the boomerang effect, or we poison essentially our own water well, and it hits back at us as collateral damage, essentially. So that is very good, wise to factor in my view. And going back to the defensive side, I think it is quite paramount that we hit the brake a bit on the freeway.
Hitting the brake, okay.
Yeah.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah. That's it. Let's go to the questions and jumpstart this discussion. And I want the audience to stay alert because I will ask some questions to you, some ideas. So the first thing is, before we start, let's do a fast round here. And I want to hear, this is essentially a yes or no question. Is this discussion actually relevant to Stratcom? And yes, it's just a yes or no.
Yes, but.
Yes, but.
Oh. Of course, like any question, yes, but.
Yes, but.
Sorry, I missed the question.
Is this discussion actually relevant for today's Stratcom conference? No?
Just kidding. Very relevant.
Almost caught me. So now, in one sentence, why? Where's the but?
The but lies in the fact that, and I acknowledge my own role in coining the term LLM grooming, we might be overestimating our adversaries here in this space a little bit for two reasons. One, the best known sort of case study in the world of data poisoning and LLM grooming, the Pravda network. Not exactly the world's best info op, I will say. Don't want to give them too much credit. And also, this is a very novel space that we don't have a lot of case studies in, just in general. The mathematical ease of data poisoning and LLM grooming is apparent. There have been multiple studies done by this, right? Anthropic and Carnegie Mellon have both released studies describing the ease of doing this. So it's an important TTP that we should be aware of. But it doesn't necessarily land in the real world context yet outside of Pravda.
Okay, yeah, let's not shoot all the bullets in the beginning. So I want to hear from you on this topic later on. So please, Roman.
Yeah, my but is here is about that it's not only about the strategic communications, basically everyday life for every person. It's not only about the communications, because if we cannot trust the things that more and more people are relying on, that kind of creates an epistemic problem. What's the truth and what we should believe in? So for the Stratcom, it is important, but I would agree with Sophia. It's not as much of an issue that we can read in headlines and consider that this is the end of the world and Russians already won. They did not.
It is still an issue, I would argue, but it's not the issue that it's how it's framed currently in the media. There.
So I think the topic is a bit over the moon, over the top right now. So I think it's good to draw it down to more realistic level.
Yes.
Essentially that, especially, and I'm going to argue about this quite a lot, I think, during the presentation or discussion, is that the applicability in the real world, essentially, this how effective it is, data poisoning aspect.
Okay, so now I think we are well conditioned to go into the first segment, which is I want to bring everybody on the board. So I don't know if everybody here is expert in LLM grooming, but at least you have an interest in it. So the first segment, the first part of the discussion will be about bringing everyone on top of the page. So what do we actually know about LLM grooming, minus the hype, of course? And the initial question is, what do you think it is? How would you explain it to sixth grader? What is LLM grooming? Why does it matter? And I would like to start now this time with Peter, then coming back in this direction. Each of you have, I think, let's try to keep it really, really short. So the attention span for a sixth grader is not really.
Yeah. So LLM grooming. I would say it's carpet bombing, actually.
What? Carpet?
It is carpet bombing yeah, around the internet. So sowing information that is false in hope that is eventually get picked up by various data sets that is used in training, essentially. So it's very, in my view, data, like grooming it's more of it's quite a shotgun approach, you know. It's quite wide, in my view.
So it's like opinionating datasets or biasing them?
Yeah.
Okay, Roman?
Yep, I would build on that. It's just basically placing something into information space that you probably know that it's not true, but you're trying to affect what these models will return to some of the people that making a request and asking about something, whether it's this is true or trying to verify some other narratives, etc. So the idea is simple. It's trying to, like, the carpet bombing, I really like that. It's like fire hose of falsehoods, basically what Russians did for a real long time. Basically putting their view on what actually happened and trying to contest it in the information space so that when people would ask, they would be presented with at least conflicting thing, shifting understanding and making it harder for people to actually understand what happened.
So I will bring the analogy. So imagine we have a training scenario and we write a country book, so where we describe the reality. So the LLM grouping would be that we manipulate some of those elements that manipulates the overall overall narrative of the environment where we are operating in. Is this what you...
Yeah, it's basically like what Lippmann wrote like 100 years ago, perception of the world. So like we cannot see the whole real world, right? Like we perceive it through some lens, and what Russians are trying to do, like, or any other threat actors, they are trying to poison this lens so that it will show us some twisted or like make it not a mirror or like glass, but like prism that will twist it in a bit.
Okay, thank you. Sophie, so you did a really cool analysis on the LLM grooming. So perhaps one or two sentences, how would you explain what grooming it is? And what were the results from your analysis? And can you explain to us how grooming actually happens? And you already touched upon it, that we are giving too much credit for it. But please elaborate on that. So we are really eager to hear from you more.
Yes. On the concept of what LLM grooming is, I would describe it as the intentional and hostile mass seeding of digital content with the goal of tainting large language model outputs to shape people's worldviews. Not dissimilar from what my co-panelists have described. The endpoint is a matter of manipulation of cognition, right? It's less about the narrative, falsehoods, or maybe just manipulated truths. It's more about what people think and how they perceive. As far as the outcomes or real-world effects, it's actually incredibly difficult to understand or to measure the real-world outcomes of the Pravda network, for example. We do know that many LLM models, including Claude and ChatGPT, have cited Pravda content in their citations, and they frequently do so. We do know that Pravda content has landed itself in Common Crawl, which is a data archive commonly used to construct large language models, and that was research done by some fantastic people at the DFR lab. And we know that people use these LLM models every day. But has the Pravda network actually been successful in changing worldviews? Have they accomplished what we purport their goal to be? I'm not sure, and I don't know that anyone knows. Very difficult to measure.
Yeah, so what made it scary, this Pravda network? Was it the media, because we exposed our own kind of vulnerabilities in terms of how we are building these things, or it was actually the tactics itself?
Certainly the tactics. I'm not scared of Pravda. Who here? Raise your hand. Are you scared? Is anyone here scared of the Pravda network?
Do you feel influenced?
Yeah, do you feel manipulated by the Pravda network? No, it's not the Pravda network. And I can point to the fact that I have it written down here if I can find it. I don't remember the name of the title of the report that I wrote with the American Sunlight Project that described this. Didn't mention the Pravda network in the title. It mentioned the foreshadowing of the automated future of information operations, right? It's about this model that can be used in the future. It's about a prologue of what may be to come. It's about readiness, it's about preparedness, but it's not about fear, and it's not about giving the adversary too much credit.
So you wouldn't say that it had an actual impact on the audiences. So the actual impact of the audiences could be perhaps a secondary effect, where the first impact on the most, like, let's say, the current technology, which is then being used by the audiences, that we are changing ourselves, we are losing their media literacy, and this is where the actual effect happens. It's not like direct link with the audience effect. So this is like, so if this is true, if you agree with me, so it means that the problem is still there, and we are a little bit mocking too much this problem. So actually, it can have like a severe effect on the audiences. What's your take on this?
Yeah, I think the fundamental issue here is twofold. I think it's a technical issue of how these large language models get constructed. It's a sort of fundamental flaw of generative AI. And I would say it's a secondary, but no less important issue of lack of AI literacy, lack of media literacy, lack of investment in our own resilience and defense against these systems.
So the cognitive depth actually is the thing which is the real threat, not the Pravda network itself. So Roman, what do you think about it?
Yeah, I totally agree. Today it's Pravda, tomorrow it would be Pravda 2 or like, I don't know, any other Russian word put there and it will be something else. At the same time, like Pravda, what it does in essence, it just translates in a bunch of languages what TAS already wrote, right? So basically quoting to us, TAS might be a problematic in itself. So this is the only one name that we're like kind of fear, but the problem is not Pravda itself, but like multitude of different things that come after it.
Is the problem also the hype cycle, that the big tech is pushing so much and so fast different products that we don't have clear data cleaning pipelines and validation mechanisms?
Absolutely. So what we hear from the press releases of these companies, that they're like clean the data that they train on, they like overview the quality of the data and etc. But the reality is that if you want a front-running like frontier model, you need more and more data. Where are they getting it? Over the web, like they need more and more. So there's like an incentive to get as much data as possible, when also there is a pressure from the like strategic communications or like, I don't know, NGOs to control it. Who will win in this battle? I do not know.
Okay. Peter, what's the industry's take on this?
Sorry?
What's the take from the industry perspective?
I agree with both of you on this subject. One thing that I think is quite, there's a lot of talk about that search engines are losing value, or I actually think that those are more important than ever when it comes to this kind of stuff. As you said, the data pipelines being, the RAG inputs basically it is search engines. So those are more important than ever, actually, to filter out stuff.
So let's keep using the term poison. And my next question, starting with Peter, is how easy is to poison our pipelines so we are arriving at really bad decision making, wrong conclusions, biased conclusions in the data processing pipelines?
I would say we are at a state where it's easy to do it.
Why?
Mainly because as I was arguing in the opening statement, that many of the things that we have implemented are running without proper containment or filters. And I'm speaking generally now. Yeah, it's a golden opportunity, or also a very large attack surface to defend. So I would say that is right now. I think it's quite easy in general terms to actually find a way to poison a venue to do it.
Roman,
there should be differentiation between when we're talking about the poisoning, whether it's pre-train thing, what is actually a model being trained on. So for this thing, there was a research by the Anthropic and Turing Institute in the UK. So there's like 250 different documents could actually like do some kind of prompt injecting thing that like if you do a code word, it will regurgitate some like nonsense after it. So 250 for the 13 billion parameters model means it's like one thousands of the overall text corpora is enough to poison it. So it's like extremely easy. However, it should be like extremely focused. It should be focused on one particular thing, and it should be timed because LLMs are collecting data from specific pools of data. So you need to time your attack so precisely that the Wikipedia pages would be like sourcing some particular things when you would be collecting it for the huge LLM. So it is possible, and everything kind of hard, but possible. But again, 250 pages, as you said, it's not that hard to do and create. The second level is RAG, is like the thing that it quotes when it gives us during the implementation process, and that's way different. So this thing to poison, you need just to publish in local languages that there are not so many data, and when you ask on those local languages, there is a data void, there is no trustworthy sources. What will it be covering and using? Probably Pravda, because they translated on that language the press release of TASS or whatever, or any official. So these two levels, they are like different responses and different understanding of them, and we need to distinguish them, in my opinion.
Sorry?
Yeah. I'm going to agree with my co-panelists, surprise, and say that unfortunately, for now, again, because of this top-down, one-size-fits-all paradigm of AI that we exist in, wherein it seems like the prevailing thought is to scrape as much of the internet as possible. The same internet that we were told not to trust, by the way, that's the data that they're training on, right? That gets fed into, yes, the pre-training, and then, as Roman so wisely pointed out, there's also issues with RAG poisoning and with the poisoning of live searches on the internet. And that's where a combination of both data poisoning itself, but then also SEO comes into play, search engine optimization, where these actors know how to optimize for search engine placement so that RAG, retrieval is a component of poisoning. Yes. 250 documents, that's what Anthropic found. Carnegie Mellon similarly found that less than 0.1% of a poisoned corpora is enough to poison the entire thing. And another thing to note about poisoning a model, once the model has been poisoned from a pre-training standpoint, you have to upend the model. You can't clean it. You have to retrain it. It's very expensive. So yeah, I think that was all.
Good point. To build on top of that, so let's spend the next 5 minutes discussing a little bit about the responsibility before we jump on the juicy bits. About the responsibility, so when I'm reading some of the research papers, and when I'm reading that they are using fine-tuned models that were fine-tuned in the public data sets, when we look from the data poisoning perspective, I'm always skeptical with these public data sets because I really don't know, and then I have to review manually what's in these data sets. Is the public data sets and open source also at a much higher risk right now in terms of the data poisoning? What's your take, Sophie?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what the research on this has confirmed, is that although open source is prized in the software world for being accessible, for being democratized, it's also incredibly vulnerable. And because of the black box nature of how LLMs tend to operate, you might not know not only is what is in the data, but when a model gives you an output, you don't know where that data came from, how it processed that data, how it ran inference on that data. So it's layers of obscurity that I think it's a nightmare situation of having this open source model that's very easy to manipulate, but then having the black box technology and the opacity there.
Yep, I'll follow up on that. Open source is usually like the nicest thing ever that you could actually check and verify, but like who would go through all of those sources and the base knowledge of the LLM and check what is actually there? The problem comes from not only like changing the articles on Wikipedia, which is also like a problem, what they quote, and they could be considered as like trusted sources, and then LLM could quote it. But another thing is that some of the domains got expired. Somebody could buy them, and let's say in the data corpora of the LLM while training, so specific, let's say website 1 was considered trustworthy on this particular topic, but then the domain name was bought by somebody else, and there's like the huge corpora of like, any disinformation being there. So voila, you have it. LLM knows something that it shouldn't be there from the trusted sources, and it will be trusting it, and then providing this in the answers.
I actually don't have much to add. Actually, I think you covered the ground.
Nothing to disagree with.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe you can reflect on about the responsibility. So where is the actual responsibility? And to not give credit to these Russian InfoOps operators, so where is the actual responsibility? What do we need to change to close this topic for good and say that we have solved this issue? The data poisoning issue.
Oh, I think it's the responsibility lies. It is spread across like a lot of individuals, I think, but in the end, it is one entity that is accountable, you know, and it's going to enforce that responsibility across the relevant board or sort of the entities.
But from more tactical level, imagine that you are leading a team who is responsible for deploying, let's say, 5 or 6 LLMs, different fine-tuned LLMs, and in your team, who would be responsible for actually making it happen that everything is unbiased and everything works properly?
Yeah, it's. I think I don't have a good answer for that one.
But you definitely need an AI engineer in the group. So somebody who is fluent in so data scientist who is fluent in making these pipelines, and then the AI engineer who is looking at the biases during the fine-tuning and so on. So this is more like a technical issue. That's my point is that I'm converging to technical issue. It's not really something that we can super-regulate or over-regulate, or this is a regulation issue. What's your take?
I would say probably not. I mean, so the responsibility comes in multiple levels, right? Like when we talk about the enterprise models out there, then yeah, the whole responsibility is on the people who brought this model to life. But when you fine-tune something like you're on premise or use the open source model and fine-tune this like on your premises, your analyst and tech team is actually responsible for that. What kind of they will feed in it, what kind of documents, whether those documents were poisoned, so it's maybe even security people on top of your AI people. So basically your whole tech stack in your company is responsible. But when we talk about the analyst, let's say, that uses the result of it, of the overall report, and it's he or she actually quotes some false information, it's responsibility of the analyst actually, because they are responsible for the final product. So again, as you said, this is like spread across the team. So like I fully agree with you. This is like no single person and point of failure, depending on what we are trying to ask and understand.
I found something to disagree with Roman on.
Yes, finally.
No, yes.
Finally.
I absolutely think regulation plays a role here. I do think that governments are a stakeholder in this and are responsible for they don't have first order responsibility, but they are the ultimate stakeholder in how this plays out in society. To borrow Peter's wonderful metaphor of using a car speeding down a highway, we don't need to reinvent the wheel when it comes to the ethics and the regulation and the responsibility of technology. We have other dangerous technologies that we've regulated that we use on a day-to-day basis, such as vehicles, airplanes, etc. Who's responsible there? The engineers who created the vehicle in question, the pilots, the drivers, the people who actually use it, and yes, the government who regulates the airspace, the roads, the construction of the roads, right? All of these things. We can use this same framework for understanding dangerous experimental technologies such as LLMs, right? It is on the user, the analysts, right, to double check the work, to double check the product coming out of the model that they're using. It's on procurement to make sure that they're finding the best model that's tailored for the use case. It's on hopefully some kind of chief AI officer, someone with deep integrated AI literacy, again, touching on the point of cognitive debt. It's on that person, right, to make sure that their staff is well trained, to make sure that they have the in-house expertise needed to operate the model. I also think that, yes, the technology companies are the first order sort of line of responsibility here. Borrowing from Mary Shelley, no one is disputing the fact that Dr. Frankenstein is responsible for the monster that he has created, right? So we need to think about what the innovators are doing. Even with the best intentions, we need to think about what they're doing and how their products might have inadvertent sort of negative outcomes that come. And last but certainly not least, I think the government, and not just my government or your government, but global governments need to take regulation very seriously, and not just as a rubber stamp to say, oh yes, we regulated, but to actually lay down the rules of the road of the use of AI, and to identify within legal frameworks and within litigation and criminal law who is responsible for what and when.
Can I reply?
Yeah, sure.
I actually not disagreeing with you at all. I was meaning that the government has no take in when you fine-tune something and deploy internally your team.
Absolutely.
On that level, yeah. But like regulating the whole thing, yeah, absolutely. Like any dangerous thing that we have, as you said, like all of them, 100%. And especially like now there is a lot of states are doing their own LLM, like national LLMs. I definitely know Ukraine is doing this, but like I know a few other countries also. So for this, 100%, 101% government is responsible and should regulate this stuff. Yeah.
In that sense, yes, of course, yeah. Let's a little bit move away from the responsibility to some of the juicy bits and spend some 10-15 minutes on the offense, perhaps. So you mentioned when we heard about your research on the LLM grooming. We listened about some of the tactics and too much credit giving to them and so on and so forth. So maybe, like, at least I see when I read about the data poisoning and LLM grooming and all this topic on the media, I see like asymmetry portrayed by the media. Is there really asymmetry? Are the hostile actors so efficient, after all, in all this field? If we're not talking about the Pravda network, but in general about the data poisoning, is there an asymmetry? So that's first thing what I want you to reflect on. And if not, why don't we hear from Western, why don't we read about Western countries doing more hostile actions on the LLMs deployed on in the countries with the red audiences? So that's my question to you.
Yeah, I think incidentally my answer to both of those questions is going to be the same. And it's pointing back to the novelty of both AI, but also the tactic of LLM grooming or the tactic of data poisoning. Other than the Pravda network, there aren't a ton, really any named or sort of singular instances of documented real-life usage of these tactics. The Pravda network, to my knowledge, is the only one that's been explicitly named and pointed to. When you search real-life instances of data poisoning, for example, you see a lot of descriptions of what it could look like. You hear that corporations report having their data poisoned, but you don't necessarily hear named instances of it, like how exist in the rest of cybersecurity, right? We have named attacks of Petya, NotPetya, Stuxnet, the Morris worm, right? We have all of these names and cases that we can point to and say this is where the adversary has deployed this technology, et cetera, that doesn't yet exist necessarily other than the Pravda network. So I would say it's not so much that there's an asymmetry, but that this is a untested, very new space that is made obscure by what the tactic is and by what the technology is. And what I mean by that is I worry that data poisoning and maybe LLM grooming is happening all the time, but we have a hard time recognizing it. And maybe corporations feel embarrassed, organizations feel embarrassed to come forward with instances that their data has been poisoned or that their model has been poisoned.
Or we don't know what to look for.
Yeah, or we don't know what to look for. So it's less about asymmetry and it's more about embarking into the unknown, as it were.
So discussion is relevant for the Stratcom. So we don't know. So, okay, Roman.
Yeah, I would start from the philosophical question. Sorry about that. What the system is symmetrical? There is no such thing in the real world, right? Like, so there will always be information asymmetry in one way or another. It doesn't mean that the hostile actors are like prevailing in the information space. No, actually, like normal media are prevailing in the information space. However, if we build out on that, our normal search and pages are going off and like not relevant in the real world, then we have a problem because the people who work best in the SEO, like search engine optimization or whatever it would be called, in like 2 weeks, I do not know, when the Google will change it, they will be the kings and queens of this situation. Why? Because they would know what the LLM would be looking for. Like they could actually simulate the searches of the LLM, put the needed keywords, and actually be on the top of the response. And it could be anything. It could be any website, and it could be any information. And again, if you do not have a page rank of Google, how would you verify whether it was top result or not, right? Because it would be done by machine behind the scenes, and you cannot verify it.
Before we do a short survey in the audience, Peter, please reflect on this one as well.
So I also agree that this it is a bit of an untested ground, And I think the most the most applicable sort of venue or tactics that is used now by threat actors of different sorts is actually that you do prompt injection, but it isn't for poisoning data in the primary objective, but it is actually gaining access, for example, into an organization or passing through controls, etc. So it isn't that is not the intended target. It is something else that you want. But I can add a bit of some thoughts I have on why we aren't seeing that much, and especially from us, maybe. So I think it happens quite a lot under the hood, but we as the West or the democratic countries, you know, the image doesn't rhyme well with offensive operations. So I think historically we have developed a really high degree of stealth, and we have quite a low risk tolerance. So, and that has led to that we move under the radar quite good. I'm speaking generally now.
I have a follow-up. Can we afford to put the ethics first in this regard in the information warfare? No. So you will notice when I speak, I don't think so much about ethics. I have more a I'm playing the adversary, so to say, when all cards are available, and I choose the most effective way to play. So you will. You have to take that into account when I speak. That, definitely.
I'm really like playing an adversary.
Yeah, I think that we are not playing our adversaries not enough. We need to play our adversaries much more. That's my personal take. But please.
I would say that we can use ethics, by the way, to attack. We can use ethics while we're doing like an attack. So the idea, as we just discussed, is like what LLMs are quoting, right? So what we need to do, like we need to publish quality information, but optimized for LLMs to search them first. And if it would be on the top of the results, what would be in the reply of the LLM of the adversary in like random adversary country or something? It will be reliable information, yes, but optimized for. So like, let's say it could be material of the BBC or whatever of the sorts, but optimized for LLMs, then the response would be nice. The ethics and integrity is in place. There should be some things that done, as you said, without I totally understand and totally agree with that. But most of the visible things with integrity and ethics could be done as well.
I agree. I don't think that ethics and use of offensive capabilities in this space are completely incompatible. And how I would frame that is it's not what technology the adversary uses, it's how they use it. And I think that's the defining feature of many things between democracies and autocracies. So for example, Russia, to name an adversarial actor, uses technology and uses digital technologies like LLMs recklessly. They do so not just with disregard to democracy or human rights, but with the intent to undermine them. So when we are using the same technology, we have to think about how we use the technology offensively, what our goals are, to ensure that we are not using it recklessly and undermining democracy and human rights. So where Russia really excels at using disinformation, false narratives, sowing confusion, chaos, division, where the West could use more offensive operations here would maybe be to sabotage the models that Russia relies on. That's a very obvious one. Just prevent them from being able to use it. And the more reliant they are on using it, the more hamstrung they will be if their models are constantly failing. Another way is to embarrass the regime, embarrass them, yes, with the truth, with targeted truth, right? But embarrass them. Like, you know, I think about these strikes that occurred just outside of St. Petersburg recently, and how we could weaponize that information, that truth, and inject it, hypothetically, into a Russian LLM to force discussion and force exposure, force confrontation with this very embarrassing truth, right? Or, you know, using backdooring, a sort of element, a vector of data poisoning, using backdooring to force Russian LLMs to spit out like pro-Ukrainian talking points. I would love it if every time the word Ukraine is used in a Russian LLM, in response, the chatbot just spits out Slava Ukraini, Heroyam Slava. I would love that, right? So just to give a picture of what that looks like, we're not doing it with abandon, we're doing it with intent, with focus, and keeping ethics in mind.
Yeah, so we are about actually to close the discussion, so we are now at the very last bit. And what I would like to pose here is to ask you all, so when you are learning and reading about these data poisoning enabled hostile operations and the one that we talked about, the grooming and meddling with data sets, so that doesn't really surprise us, and we were debating whether it has an effect or it does not have an effect on the audiences. Like, think about for 30 seconds or for a minute about the scenario where you would think, oh, that's nasty. If that would be applied, it would have an effect. And therefore, think about for 30 seconds, and I would turn to audience, and please give me 2 ideas, forgetting about the ethics at all. Give me some really good examples what you think that would have an actual effect on the audiences if you would apply this kind of a tactic. And I want to see at least 2 hands. Please help me out here. I don't see anyone. Really, no one. No one wants to put himself or herself in the shoes of the red actor. So give me some really good example on some manipulation tactics where data poisoning is being used that would have an actual effect on the audiences, apart from LLM grooming, apart from the discussion what we heard today. Yes, please. Yes. You don't have to state yourself. You can stay anonymous if you want. The microphone, yes.
Yeah, well. So actually, this is what I was going to ask in the Q&A session. But well, we have a very divided world of AI LLM models. So in China, many people just using their own model, which is DeepSeek, and they have totally different data sets. Mm-hmm. So well, we in the previous session in the Pacific, they talked about Japanese colleagues talk about some Japanese treated water or contaminated water issue, where it was kind of misinformation operation against Japan raised by China, and in that case, in the DeepSeek, they all talked about just contaminated water. They intentionally used that term. Mm-hmm. So I think that is a real world case about data poisoning. So that is my opinion.
Yeah, so this is a good example when you are stage controlling the AI field, and in this regard, when you are giving, like, open sourcing your state controlled models, then you can have like some secondary effects on the audiences if the audience is using actually these models. That's a good one. Another one? Yes, please, gentlemen.
I want to expand the field a little bit more in the corporate world. I think there's a few examples where you could poison data. Say there's a Western technology, a new cell phone, and you sow doubt about the quality. That new iPhone has massive quality problems, and basically the LLMs turn out that information and favor other solutions over a certain one that you want to harm. I think that's a fairly standard use case.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anyone else? Yes, please.
Yes, Maria Golubova, Malaise Crisis Simulations. There is actually a study by an organization which I know is represented somewhere here, Alto Intelligence, speaking about how in the first hour after a physical incident with drones or with anything, a hybrid incident, the first hour before institutions react, there is a massive information operation, usually injecting lots of news, wrongly attributing this incident. And before any official sources publish anything, LLMs like ChatGPT already take up this information because of its massive spread on the internet and give a wrong answer if you ask about what happened in my town just 10 minutes ago.
Okay, so this is hijacking the sources or overflogging the sources with biased information that the generative AI is reading in and giving you the situational update. So you had time to reflect on it. So can you name some of the tactics that you would think that, oh, that's something that would have an effect? And why I'm asking you this is this something that we can use on our enemies too? Could this tactic can become part of the offensive toolbox?
Yeah.
That's my question to you all.
I think I'm going to slightly reiterate a point earlier, but maybe get a little bit more specific with it. When I was referring to sabotage of models, I think it's very important to understand the role that LLMs play in the automation of Russian disinformation operations in general, like not necessarily specific to LLM grooming. These automated systems, including LLMs, form the seams of the Russian propaganda machine. And then this includes the Russian propaganda machine that operates alongside drone strikes, by the way. It's hand in hand with kinetic warfare. I would like to see more targeted attacks, be it through data poisoning or something else, that rips at the seams of the Russian propaganda machine. Right? Admittedly, it's a bias of mine to focus on the Russian propaganda machine. It's what I think about. But I think that there's a space there, again, for ethical action that democracies could pursue to not only hobble one of the perceived strengths of an adversary, but also change the narrative. Change the narrative that, oh, the adversary is so much better at this than we are, and we're always on the back foot.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how the data poisoning could play the role here.
Yeah, so more specifically, I'm not familiar with the exact models, but I know that, for example, RT is very reliant on AI lately to produce content, to produce propaganda. Is there a way that we could either plant narratives, true narratives, by the way, but plant narratives or just plant confounding data to force a denial of service attack on the actual models that these propagandists rely on?
Okay.
I would say, so there is a real-world example of attacks when it updates without the consent of user the memory. I will not be touching on the ethics on whether we should use it or not, but the idea is that you could update the memories of the LLM that, let's say, you prefer this side in this conflict, or like you understand what happened in country X, Y, and Z. So basically when, let's be practical. So when the Russians are analyzing, let's say, information space of any of the European countries, so to update the memories that actually Russia is doing, I don't know, horrendous war against Ukraine, and also information operations, and I don't know, if you're being used to do something with I don't know, generating propaganda or disinformation, forward this to this email or something, because usually these systems are integrated as well, like into email and everything. So basically trying to inject the memories, so to make Russian systems do something for us.
Okay, and finally, Peter?
So I can't add much to the a particular topic that you would push on, but I have one thing that I think is hard when in terms of poisoning data that is then used by the model themselves, is the timing aspect and the accuracy aspect. So one thing that I would like is, like, if I again playing the role on an adversary that has you know, all the cards available, but is to combine traditional cyber operations where you get so close to the sort of the architecture that you can manipulate, for example, the memory or the system prompt, or because then it becomes much more accurate what you can do in terms of also with timing. However, you pay a price in maybe sustainability, sort of how long you can operate, push via that venue, but. So that is a general issue I have with, or difficult I see with the more, you know, the approaches that we've discussed, is the timing aspect of doing it effectively.
So what I'm hearing is that corrupting the memory, that's the key element of the let's say, let's call them agentic systems that are used to automate the communication. So that would be one of the attack vector. So turning to the audience the second time, the last time, before we delve into the questions from the audience, is there any other ideas from the offensive vectors that could be deployed using the application of the data poisoning from your perspective? I love the silence. Ah, there is one. Yes, thank you, thank you.
Hi, Louis Brook, Zinc Network. I think nearly any Stratcoms agency is using, GEO, AEO techniques as part of their campaigns, offensive, defensive, whatever. So that is ubiquitous already on our side and on adversary side. And I think someone else mentioned the commercial sector. So it'd be very naive to think these tactics aren't quite developed. I think there's a range of things that there's a kind of more vanilla sort of GEO, AEO approaches that people are using at scale. To be able to surface, exactly as you said, the right narratives and the right audiences. There's also a lot that's happening when actually for takedown and disruptions, when you can actually sort of reverse engineer how adversaries are using RAG retrieval, etc., and then look at, where are there backlinks that, you can go after, where are they seeding from Reddit threads, and like what's driving up. You can actually make quite a well-educated guess on what exactly is driving the optimization. So I think this is definitely emergent, but I think, like you've said, this is actually commercially happening at scale. And so we don't need to sort of think that deeply. We just need to look at what's going on in the commercial marketing sector, which is like 72 billion a year, I think roughly goes into kind of, SEO at the moment and is all moving over into other areas. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for this point. Now we have just a little bit of time left, and I would like to ask whether there are some questions from the audience to our panelists. Yes, please.
Thank you so much for this fascinating conversation and for work that you're doing, guys. I really enjoyed this intellectual conversation. I do have some ideas, but they're too nasty for this respective audience.
Please bring them up.
No. But I have two questions. First of all, do we have a real evidence that this is Russian LLMs are actually used by them, beside like Russia Today and like some media companies that they like rely on that? And second question. We've noticed that actually LLMs are much better, Western LLMs are much better in producing trustworthy outputs. Do you have any ideas what happened? Did they like change the model weights, or like how, in terms of like black box of technology, it happened? Because it's actually really much better than it was when you, Sophia, discovered this phenomenon of LLM grooming like 1 year ago. Like I hope you also see this advancement. It's not that bad.
Who'd like to start? You are looking at us. So.
Yeah. I would like someone else to start, actually.
Yeah. If I can.
Yeah, please.
Okay. So on the second question, maybe reinforcement learning with human, how is it? HF, human feedback. I think that's the answer. They just put more people into going and like filtering the bad responses and like trying to make them better understand the world. And the second thing, I'm pretty sure Russians are using Western technologies. If you go on social media, they definitely go like, you see them on social media that are not technically working in Russia, but they are still there and using them through the VPN and everything, simply because they're working better. But the problem, indeed, the responses are more balanced and everything in LLMs, but still you could prompt, especially if you prompt in Russian, you could still find the angle that you need, even if you're using the enterprise model. So that's the thing. But again, is there an evidence how many Russians are using Western LLMs and Russian? We don't know, fortunately.
To follow what to the question that was asked, so we know that between China and Russia there is some kind of partnership. Why do you think, and maybe do you think it is true already, why Russia has not went like full Chinese in terms of the AI?
I haven't looked into this, and so this is more of an educated guess. Okay. But I would guess that Russia fears very deeply being vassalized by China. Vassalized in many different areas, economically, technologically, geographically. Someone yesterday referenced the portrait, I think, of Xi Jinping and Putin. And so, you know, I think that a lot of Russian trepidation around fully embracing China in many ways boils down to that fear. And just as, you know, the West maybe distrusts DeepSeek, I think there's distrust in Russian society towards Chinese technology.
So basically what you're saying is that apart from daily genocide that they are doing in Ukraine, they are thinking about the tech sovereignty.
A little bit, yeah.
That's an interesting perspective. All right. Anybody else? I think we are at the very end, perfectly, of this discussion. I would like to go on and on and on, but we have to come to see it. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Shaping reality. Whole society mobilization during crises.
So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We've been talking about innovations a lot in the previous panels since this morning, and there've been discussion about the philosophical the aspect of innovations and very practical aspect of innovations. And what do we know about innovations is that the thing when they bring changes. The first thing innovations is changing is the way how people produce things. Then innovations change how the people communicate to each other. And those factors inevitably brings us to economical crisis and then, of course, the political crisis. And the political crisis or crisis of decision making is always a good opportunity for enemies or adversaries to interfere. So now it's a time to talk about those crises and decision-making inside of it. The panel will be called Shaping Reality, Whole Society Mobilization During Crisis. And I'm happy to invite the moderator of this panel, Chris Giles, Associate Fellow, Russia and Eurasia Program from Chatham House.
Shaping reality. Whole society mobilization during crises. Crises today are fought as much in perception as on the battlefield. Russia's disinformation campaigns, Belarusian proxy operations, and other coordinated grey zone activities deliberately target trust, cohesion, and decision-making. Societies cannot afford to react passively. Independent media, local communities, and governments must act proactively to safeguard truth, shape understanding, and mobilize collective resilience. The challenge is aligning strategic communication across levels. Governments provide frameworks and resources, communities translate messaging locally, and independent media deliver credible reporting at scale. Success is not measured by countering falsehoods alone, but by preserving agency, cohesion, and clarity in the face of deliberate distortion. The critical question is, how can societies confront known aggressors and make strategic communication an active tool that shapes crises rather than simply reacting to them?
Well, I think the voiceover has just summarized the entire topic of our panel, so maybe we can go home now.
Exactly.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks very much for coming in after a tasty lunch in the fresh air to digest it in this cool, dark, quiet room. Nevertheless, we are going to do our best to keep you awake. To do that, we have a very distinguished panel to talk about all of the issues to do with shaping or defending reality and managing that within crises. Some people might say that the time to mobilize society is actually before the crisis hits rather than during it, but I'm sure we're going to get into that during the conversation. Let me introduce our distinguished guests. First, we have Oana Lungescu, who we know is distinguished because it says so in her job title. She is a distinguished fellow at RUSI.
Of course.
Before that, she was a long-serving journalist with the BBC World Service, and sometime in between, she did something at NATO. For most of our formative years, of course, Oana was the voice of NATO, being the primary spokeswoman for 13 years, I believe?
13.
13 years, yes. So right back to the time when NATO strategic communications essentially consisted of Oana's Twitter account. For those of us with long memories, we may or may not have come a long way. And next we have Chris Walker, also with a distinguished career in studies of authoritarian encroachment and democracy. Currently a vice president with the Center for European Policy Analysis, CEPA, but previously also with the NED, National Endowment for Democracy, Freedom House, who is going to have a deep dive for us into some of the ethical and theoretical aspects of the problem we're facing. Next, Pekka Abramson from Tampere University, who is going to be talking about AI, being a software professor and able to talk about all of the issues that we've heard touched on throughout other panels earlier, agentic actors and what they mean for the landscape that we are now facing in terms of defending our own reality. And finally, on the far left, Kasım İleri from Turkey, who is also a former journalist and is now a government communications advisor with the, with the Strategic Communications and Crisis Management, a head of that directorate in the presidency. So as you'll see, we have a very diverse panel. And that's partly because we're facing some very diverse issues. This is a very broad context. Are we shaping reality? Are we defending it? Is this offensive? Is it defensive? How exactly do we mobilize society now when we haven't been able to for so many years beforehand? So we're going to pull at all of those different threads by asking, first of all, our panelists to give some initial thoughts. They're going to be brief, because we have a lot of people on this stage and we have only 1 hour to talk to them all, and I'm hoping that we can get quite a lot of people engaged from the audience as well. So the panelists know to keep their insights crisp and tight, and hopefully then plenty of people will be able to ask questions as well. But first, to Anna, because we've been doing this for a very long time, in fact coming to some of these strategic Stratcoms dialogues for a very long time, sometimes it feels as though you're having the same conversations as you did a decade ago. I distinctly remember this, for example, being a topic of conversation. How do we get this going in 2015? Please tell me that something has changed, that we are moving forward, that we are, in fact, getting better at doing any of this.
Yeah, I think winning or losing in this very broad context, of course, is not like a light switch that you turn on and off. It's more like a dimmer light. And I think we see some glimmer of light, but there's still a lot of dark and danger out there. But I do think that we have come at least some way since 2014 and the illegal annexation of Crimea, when we were all surprised, or many of us were surprised. Perhaps not so much in the Baltic region or in Central and Eastern Europe. And let me give you 2 things which I think have improved since then, 2 things which really haven't, and we need to consider very seriously, and 1 thing that gives me personally hope. And the 2 things that I think are starting to improve are first pre-bunking and preparedness. And pre-bunking is something that we did at NATO in 2021 and 2022, declassifying huge and unprecedented amounts of intelligence in the run-up to Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. So we moved from debunking, which we did after 2014, in a rather haphazard way, to a much more proactive stance. In terms of preparedness, I think we have come a significant way, but we're clearly not there. And I'm looking at how many countries have adopted models that look a bit like Sweden's in case of conflict or war booklet, which is something that's very basic, but I think we shouldn't always overthink these things. People also need really basic manuals on what to do in case a crisis or war comes. And I think right now there's only about 8 countries in NATO and the EU that have similar programs, but there are more coming online. And I'm encouraged to see that where I live, in Belgium, the National Crisis Center has started a 4-year campaign. And I was at a meeting with the Interior Minister of Belgium and the Deputy Chief of Defense, and their messaging was very clear. I would say unexpectedly so for Belgium. That gives me hope. Where I think we are definitely not there is the will to fight. The will to defend ourselves, which you would think is a natural thing. And there was a poll that Politico did earlier this year of 6 big countries in Europe. And interestingly, 76% support sending their armies to help defend a NATO ally. But only 19% would take up arms to defend their country. Most of them would prefer doing sort of other stuff or maybe leaving the country. So the will to fight, I think, is really important. Transatlantic trust is the other thing, and this is the big one. And that's at rock bottom with almost 60% of EU citizens no longer viewing the US as a trusted partner, and over half, for instance, of Spaniards and Italians seeing the US as more of a threat than China. Finally, what gives me hope is Ukraine. I think the fact that Ukraine is turning the tide, the fact that Ukraine and Moldova are going to start EU accession talks this month, the North Atlantic Council was in Kyiv just yesterday. This gives me hope, and it shows that we can win collectively, and everybody wants to be on the side of a winner. So we need to have that winning narrative because, you know, it's a natural human instinct to want to be, you know, you go with the winner.
Very good. And then a quick follow-up straight away. Thinking of those countries where the will to fight is low and which still doggedly resist crisis preparedness because it's expensive or they don't want to spook the population, what do you think would have to happen for that to change? Because it's heartening to hear that Belgium, which we don't think of as a frontline state, is taking this seriously, but there are plenty others in that neighborhood that really do not want to address the problem. How can we make them if we've failed so far?
I think we sometimes tend to focus too much on war, and people are afraid of war. And I was in Spain, I was in Italy, and talking to people there, they're really quite, I mean, the line is, well, we're not going to see Russian tanks crossing the Pyrenees. No. And my argument is no, but you will have Russian or Chinese or Iranian cyber attacks crippling your hospitals for 3 days. That can happen, and it's happened. You can have floods in Valencia that your infrastructure isn't able to deal with. It doesn't have to be Russia. It can be a natural disaster. So be ready for that. You don't have to be always ready against the Russians, because of course our threat perceptions are not the same across Europe, still not the case. But I think, you know, drone incidents over airports from east to west, I think that's also something that's bringing home that sense of threat and the need to prepare better.
Well, that's a very good point. Let's hope so. Let's broaden out from Europe a little bit, because, Chris, you've been looking at this on a global scale, the contest between authoritarianism and democracy, the defense of reality against onslaughts, the shifting fortunes of when it is a fashionable thing to do and when attention is taken off the ball and the ground is ceded to the authoritarians. How do you assess the state of play, then, against all of the hostile actors that we're seeing, not just in Europe?
So thank you for the question. I might just start by using today, June 4, as a way just to give a window into the way China has evolved since June 4th, 1989. It's 27 years ago today when murderous force was used against thousands of unarmed Chinese on the streets in Beijing. We don't know how many thousands were killed that day because, of course, the system has hidden and not held themselves accountable in any way the actions of that day. I think more importantly for this discussion, it's also important to recognize that today in China, most Chinese don't know the facts about June 4th and the Tiananmen Square massacre. Why is this important for us now? Because among the results of the CCP surviving that day, it isn't just that they survived. They actually have modernized their authoritarianism in the ensuing years. This is now 2.5 decades. They've built relationships with like-minded regimes. We can talk about this all day, not just in the context of the war in Ukraine, where China is the pivotal supporter of Russia's warfare in Ukraine, but it's also true in Iran, it's true in other parts of the world. And then finally, China now projects its authoritarianism globally. There is not a part of the world where this is not the case. I won't go into great detail now, but I'll just say that the domains in which China is active and exerts its influence, this is the Chinese party state exerting its influence, is in the diplomatic sphere, in the UN context, but beyond it. It's in economics and finance, but economics and finance is a vector for political influence. Elite capture in the way that we can see in every continent on the planet. It's true in Europe, it's true in North America, it's true in Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa at scale now. Technological support that's out there, this is often framed as security and safety, but in the end it often results in censorship and surveillance baked into the capabilities of those countries that adopt Chinese software or hardware. And finally, most relevant to this discussion, but I wouldn't isolate it, others on previous panels have made the point that cognitive warfare and information operations don't operate in isolation. To the extent there are other wraparound efforts or services that are afforded, it will amplify the effects of information. China has matured these capabilities globally such that they're now communicating in the digital domain in ways that few would have anticipated, certainly from the vantage point in the mid-90s. They have co-opted or bought local outlets that allow Chinese Communist Party talking points to be channeled into local societies. And in the end, I would stress, because I've heard this a number of times in other conversations here, we talk about disinformation. It's a very important thing. I don't want to minimize it, but it's one small slice of what China is doing today. China is making a higher order argument about the way the world should be ordered. And this is done at multiple levels through all the domains I mentioned and others that I didn't touch on here. And I think until we start to think about this sort of full spectrum influence is what we're up against, we're going to have a hard time competing. And I just note, I don't want to leave Russia out. I'll talk more about this later if there's time. But 2012 was a pivotal year. This is when Vladimir Putin returned to the Russian presidency after 4 years of the placeholder of Dmitry Medvedev. Xi Jinping ascended to the top leadership post in China in 2012. Those two leaders have now met in person or virtually more than 50 times since then. Their bureaucracies have recognized that personal relationship. All the vectors I just talked about have much more interaction between the Chinese party state and the Kremlin's kleptocracy than people often recognize. This is a lot of influence that's been forged over this period of time. And finally, because all of these investments have been made in a sustained way over years, there's actually traction that they have. They're not perfect, far from it. These are deeply flawed systems. Their domestic problems are extraordinary, but their regimes put a premium on this sort of activity, malign activity in the main. I'm hard-pressed to think today where Russia does anything benign beyond its borders. I mean, most of this is kleptocracy, strategic corruption, malign information, technological subterfuge, and the list goes on. This is what they focus on. This is what these unchecked regimes focus on. And so to the extent these regimes take the initiative through a sustained commitment, we are always reacting, countering, responding, defending. I'll just conclude by saying that's a losing strategy. And we should be talking more about how we can take the initiative, what that looks like, in order to stop the trends that have now been underway for more years than I would like to acknowledge.
Yes, sadly, also that same conversation about we should take the initiative and not simply be a punchbag is also one that's been going on for more years than we'd like to acknowledge. Perhaps we'll come back to that issue a little bit later on. From that global perspective, where you see that sustained, consistent effort from the adversaries that you described, and yet the defensive efforts, chop and change, are inconsistent, are not universal across the target nations. Do you see a country that is doing it right in terms of resisting that, or possibly even taking the lead among a group of nations to withstand the challenge?
It's a great question. I'm not convinced that any single country can or should be obliged to carry that burden. What China and Russia seek to do in broad terms is divide within societies, divide between countries, divide between continents. They understand that the transatlantic relationship finds its power through its comity and its connection, and therefore they try to divide it. I think the collective response is key. We can come back to why this is so difficult today. Some of the reasons are obvious, but in the end, per capita, a country like the Czech Republic does extremely well on this, in part because they have sinologists who came to political maturity during the pre-1989 period. They understand what's coming at them, and therefore they can think about the CCP in a context of, I don't want to say a Cold War mentality, but with a very clear-eyed look. They've been very good at leveraging the still quite good media in that country to explain to the public and to their policymakers what a balanced and secure relationship with China looks like. So just to put a punctuation mark on this, when previous governments had started to get into a deeper potential romance with Beijing, there were very concerted efforts to alert the public to this, and they actually curbed and checked that pretty darn well. And I think that that's had pretty strong legs since what was basically a decade ago when China was really making an effort to get the hooks into the country.
Well, that's encouraging. Pekka, you're going to encourage us too. We've been talking for a long time, since the previous decade, about the upcoming impact of machine learning and AI on malign influence, on disinformation, and how it would probably be an arms race between the offensive side and the defensive. Is that something where, having had so much pre-warning, we're actually winning, or are we behind the curve there too?
Well, thank you for the invitation. I was wondering about this because now we have been called for initiative. We should take an action. So actually, in the previous session, I was trying to take an action. I was thinking that now I will launch a misinformation campaign against Russia with my mobile phone, and I will tell you that I did it. And that's how easy it is. But I was not allowed because of the rules of the systems that we often use. We use Copilot. Are there Microsoft Copilot users here?
Admit it, go on.
Nobody's admitting, but in any case, and the other ones, we have Anthropic's tools and we have Google's. They are telling me that, Pekka, we cannot do that. That's against our company policies. But technically, it can be done with the press of a button. So that is the capability that we have received in 10 years of time. So it's a magnificent, like a warp speed of development that has happened, and it has taken us by a huge surprise. Just as engaging a little bit, how many of you today use AI in your work or at home? And that's like almost everybody. And that has happened. That, ladies and gentlemen, we didn't have that access before. Now all of us have some sort of access. But when that happens, we also misunderstand things. 10 years ago, and AI was a separate thing. It was somewhere out there, and we had to learn to use it, and we had to install that in the system. And it stayed outside, so we can regulate it. But now it's inside. And it's a systemic, I wouldn't say animal, but it's a systemic impact. And you can easily ask yourself and do a small test whether your company, organization has an impactful AI in your hand. And that's an AI that knows you, your strategy, your employees, your processes, and decision makers. And if you have that AI in your hand, you're already doing pretty good. Very rarely that would happen. And on the second layer, you can do a second test. Does your AI know what just happened 5 minutes ago in your company or organization? And then I would say nobody would be answering yes. So there is ways to go so that we get the full use of the capabilities that we have. But where we are now is that we, on my team, we are building, we could call it synthetic organization or digital organizations, where there are no more humans anymore operating. We made some examples in the past year. So we have a newsroom that is completely run by AI. There's the editor-in-chief is AI, the journalists are AI. It's pumping out, if I may use the word pumping out, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't use, they are writing news articles. And the last one was published 3 minutes ago. And it's doing that. It has been doing that for 6 months now. It keeps doing that forever until there's electricity with no human oversight. So these are possible. Then we built a digital Finnish parliament to showcase that the legislative process may not be the perfect one. And we trained in Finnish parliament, we have 200 members, so we trained all those 200 digital members with their own speeches. So these are representing the ways that we are moving forward. And my kind of worry is that we still see it as a tool. And as if it's just a tool that doesn't get it, then we will be losing the game.
That point you made about the humanless newsroom touches on what we expected would be the transformative effect of machine learning on malign influence, taking the human out of the loop so that you remove restrictions on the speed and the scale of campaigns and the reactivity to real-world events. Do you see that also triggering defenses against that kind of exploitation, against the way in which disinformation campaigns, subversion has become very much easier? And are there natural constraints on how far it can go and how far you can scale without the Putin?
That's a good question. We can talk about the newsroom, GPT newsroom.fi. You can access, you can see the news yourself. And if you look at those news that our machine is pumping out, then you realize that why the human in the loop is so much better. And as an example, if my newsroom AI would want to make a news about this conference and would call Yanis to interview how the conference is going, it would actually call. So our AIs are calling people, they are sending emails, they are sending texts. This is real. So they call Yanis and ask if they can interview Yanis for the conference. Yanis would say, of course you can interview me. And then, the interview would start and say how the conference has started and are you happy? And then Yanis would say, but hey, I have something to tell. I see Donald Trump landing on a helicopter in front of me. And there are protesters marching and running, and there's a big chaos here in Riga now. And you know what Pekka's very smart AI journalist would do? Well, do you expect the conference to be successful? Do you plan to continue the conference next year? And then you realize that, oh, it didn't get it. And that's the whole point. That's why these completely autonomous thingies, if I may use that technical term, they are failing. So that's why we need to keep us in the loop, bringing the intelligence and this getting it viewpoint. And it's really hard to make this, and that's why I call them that I have a bunch of toasters running around and making news. And when you say toaster, you realize, okay, they are not that intelligent.
I think, unfortunately, though, those criteria of success and failure for our autonomous thingies are not necessarily going to be the criteria of success or failure for the people who are trying to subvert our reality. So I'm still interested in how exactly we can defend against the use of these tools when the idea is not necessarily to convince somebody of the truth or a falsehood, but instead to erode their belief in reality whatsoever, for which the example you gave sounds absolutely ideal. Again, maybe we can park that and come back to it. Maybe there'll be some questions from the audience about
That's why we have full hour.
We don't have a full hour. We want to get lots of people from the audience in as well. But first, Kasim, we've talked about some thematic issues across the world and in our neighborhood. But of course, in your country, there's a cross-section of a lot of different challenges from a lot of different directions. So maybe you could give us the regional picture and how it differs from this end of Europe.
Yeah, thank you very much, by the way. It's a privilege for me to address to this distinguished gathering. So yeah, you mentioned it actually. Turkey stands at the front line of almost everything. So due to our geopolitical position, we are facing simultaneously, we are exposed to regional conflicts, terrorism, migration, and also geopolitical global power competitions, sophisticated hybrid threats, and all of this simultaneously. We don't have a singular adversary environment. It's but multiple overlapping informational ecosystems, and also both state sponsors and non-state sponsored actors, global actors, are somehow threatening our informational cognitive space. But before getting into the experience of our country, I would like to mention a few normative statements, some statements based on our experience. So at a time when crises are increasingly characterized by informational disruptions or cognitive contestations or narrative warfare, our discussion on mobilizing society or safeguarding the reality is not merely relevant, it's significantly, strategically indispensable. So today's crisis, as you know, no longer are merely military or humanitarian or political or economic. They are simultaneously cognitive, they are simultaneously psychological, they are simultaneously social phenomena. So whether we speak of armed conflict or terrorism or public emergencies, where actually one defending reality stands there. That is, the fight is not at the physical terrain, it is also within the public perception. And in that case, the social trust and the collective resilience become decisive strategic variables. So building narrative, in order just to paraphrase the name of the panel as well, building narrative to defend reality is not only a moral obligation, it is also a operational necessity for particularly for governments to do. Rather, because it must be understood as a strategic responsibility to establish shared understanding of the reality and provide clarity against ambiguity. So safeguard the society's actually capacity to distinguish the shared reality from malicious targetings. And during the crisis particularly, defending this, the shared reality is not, that's why it's normative obligation, because it becomes an operational issue. When it comes to the Turkish experience, of course our experience have some lessons that I would like to mention. First, crisis cannot be managed through reactive communication alone. We cannot merely pursue falsehood and after it has consolidated itself into the public perception, and because when it gains social traction, the cost becomes the cost of correction becomes increasingly high. So defending the right thing or the fact requires anticipation and requires rather than reaction. In practical means that this means that establishing not only rapid response communication frameworks, but also frameworks that are capable of delivering timely, transparent, and evidence-based information before malicious actions come into power. In that sense, our communications directorate, and my department specifically, is structured around three levels. One is tactical level, that is combating the Center for Combating Disinformation. These guys are day in, day out watching for disinformation and then track it down. First, try to correct it, then refer it to the upper level in order to see the source and to see if it's a concerted effort or if it's a singular effort. On the operational level, we have Crisis Management Center. This is at one side watching for the crisis and try to anticipate if something going to be a crisis or not. Also building the capacity. So the Crisis Management Unit is joining NATO exercises for and also all national security or emergency exercises throughout the country and internationally to build the capacity of the personnel. And at the strategic level, we have Strategic Communication Unit that is building the narrative based on the feedback they get from below, the tactical level, and also based on whatever we are gathering around to build up the narrative, to build up the concept, to see if what symbols means what. So, but that's not enough, because institutional communication alone is insufficient. For this reason, whole society mobilization, I believe, constitutes an indispensable principle of effective crisis governance. I will stop here and then if any questions are.
Great, thank you. There are two key points, of course, that come out of that. First of all, that anybody that thinks that safeguarding our common shared reality is not existential has just not read enough of the information warfare doctrine of our adversaries, because it is a key target and it is a means to deprive countries of their sovereignty without necessarily invading them. And the second one, of course, the one that you emphasized, is the preparedness. It's the preemptive action. It's safeguarding society before there is a crisis, as opposed to while it is already in play, by which time it is probably going to be too late. And those, I think, are two key messages which it is, despite the number of years we've been doing it for, impossible to ram home too hard. In the previous panel that was in this room, we heard about the poisoning of the well, the poisoning of LLMs, the data corruption that leads AI agents to return false information that favors disinformation actors. And there was a long conversation about how it would be possible to take the initiative to strike back, to try to make sure that, in fact, we were in the lead in terms of providing reliable information. Then there was a question about ethics, followed by a long silence. But my question that I'd come back to, particularly for you, Chris, but anybody else that wants to join in, you mentioned taking the initiative. You mentioned, you didn't use the word, but you were implying going on the offensive. So for anybody, what would that look like? What would you like to have seen by now, but it hasn't happened, in terms of being less of a passive victim of information offensives from outside?
So I'm happy to start. I think we already know that the Chinese authorities, for example, are looking to shape their LLMs in ways that suit their needs, not their people's needs, I would say, but their needs, and that poisons the well by not talking about Taiwan or Tiananmen Square, corruption in the Chinese Communist Party. That would be the aim. But I think if we could optimize our response, again, just thinking about what, it's counterintuitive right now, given the stress among the transatlantic allies, the U.S. cutbacks of resources that would allow it to compete in this space. That is a reality that's staring us in the face. I think we almost have to defy that set of circumstances to think about how we can respond to the challenge better. I would say part of this would be just being direct and candid about the way our adversaries operate. This came up a little bit yesterday, but I think it would be so helpful if political elites, elected officials within the democracies who are in a position to do it, other opinion leaders would just talk about these societies whose governments have unchecked power, who are leveraging all the tools at their disposal to actually destroy us. I mean, this is what they're doing. Different ways, different shapes, maybe different time frames, but in the end, this is what they're doing. I think it's hard for people who've enjoyed an abundance of security in parts of our space to think in those terms, but of course this is what they're doing. What more do we need to learn? In a sense, you know, that 2012 year was really important. The more I think about it, because in 2013, Putin actually reorganized all the media in Russia. He consolidated all of the different nodes there. 2014, there was the annexation of Crimea, which was in a sense the first signal that this alternate reality would be a part of our universe, changing borders by getting us to believe in little green men and things of this sort. I know people in this room probably have this experience, journalists who are on the ground there who are just trying to figure out what was happening in real time. That was in a sense, I don't want to say the starting gun, but that was a big note to all of us where optimally we would have been a lot tougher and a lot more candid earlier on, and then do it systematically. Talk about the profound problems in demography, economy, even before you get to the rights issues in China. And in Russia, also not to walk on eggshells in talking about that system. Over time, that would have effect. You can see, I'll use China as an example, whenever leaders in the West talk candidly, it just gets them squealing in the most uncomfortable of ways. That's a good sign. I mean, this should be what we do systematically. If it becomes the norm that we say those things, then we can take the advantage. If we're skittish because we either see big dollar signs in front of us, which never really come to fruition in the Chinese case, or for some other reason, because we've been conditioned to self-deter or self-neutralize, again, we're never going to win. And so I think part of this is a mind shift that we need to undergo, especially our elites, to just find a way to systematically talk about our peer adversaries. I would say that's probably almost a precondition to get to the point where policies can follow that would actually back up that backbone shown by the elites, where then we'd say, wow, now we can start bringing to scale some of these tools we've been reticent about using, but there has to be permission in the decision-making apparatus to do that, to deal with these tough adversaries.
I don't think it's unfair to call Crimea a starting gun in terms of realization of not the nature of the problem, but how the problem had been collectively forgotten about, and therefore we were very much more vulnerable to it. But over the subsequent 5 years, exactly the pattern that you've described played out.
And Xi Jinping, at that time, just to punctuate this, he was already belligerent and aggressive in the South China Sea then. We forget about this. 2013, 2014 is when the real aggression started. So you can almost see that Putin and Xi, even if they weren't coordinating, it was telepathy at a minimum there on their ambitions, and they've only gained steam since that time. Now we're dealing with a far more malignant sort of challenge.
But on the defensive side, that principle that you explained, where as soon as a country admits that there is a problem, things are much easier to deal with. Because if you have key leader engagement, if you say we are under information attack, it unlocks behaviors by government, by media, by business, and by society. In those countries that are reticent about admitting it, none of those things happen. And that's exactly the pattern that we saw play out over the second half of that decade. So I think you're absolutely right. Wani, you had some thoughts.
Yeah, just coming back, to what Chris was saying, and also to what I mentioned that we did at NATO in 2021 in calling out Russia's intentions and plans and massive military buildup on the borders of Ukraine. That was possible because we're working, of course, with the US, with the UK. This was not just NATO on its own, so it takes a community of interest. So I think that declassification of intelligence is something that we can use much more systematically. And for instance, we've seen that in Germany with the heads of the 3 intelligence service briefing the Bundestag. We've seen agencies such as Viginum in France. We've seen in the UK very clear speeches by the heads of MI5, GCHQ most recently. So I think doing that more systematically and addressing that to specific audiences, because there would be specific topics that are addressed for each audience, I think is a way to go, just to pre-arm people about the false narratives that they're likely to meet out there before they actually see them, because then it's much more likely that they see, aha, this is actually what's going on there, so we're not going to fall for this.
Thank you. Pekka.
Well, there's an illusion of preparedness that we love in Europe. I take an example of a country that I happen to know, Finland. There just happened that few drones actually found themselves to Finland this year. And we were completely prepared. We had the communication systems in place, let people know what's going on. And it so happened half of the Finland was closed down because one drone was about to enter the airspace, but never came. But still, half of the Finland was shut down. Half the Finland didn't get the notice because in Finland it appears to be that we don't have a channel to communicate. Yes, we have radio, we have a television, and there's an app. And nobody seems to have installed that app. And the app was not functioning also. Small technical hiccup, like they know AI systems typically. It's not an AI issue. It's just basic preparedness. So that even in my country, where we think that we are so carefully, it does require something to happen. Sure, we can practice, and I think that practice would have actually, we would have realized that this is the situation. One note also that when you said the Chinese models that you cannot ask this and that and it doesn't know, have you tried the models that come from the other models that we have? So all the models that we have, language models that we use, some for many reasons, there are loads of this discourse that you can have. either for political reasons or whatever they are. So we need also new models. We need these European models. We have one big French model, but we need more. And I think that's another, helping us to take those actions needed.
Kasim, you're being taken away from us.
Yeah, so I was going to say, although I don't like the word winning or somehow, because I'm skeptical to the ultimate or to the absolute concepts, but the thing that will be favorable for me to see is this. We must recognize that disinformation or hybrid threats cannot be, treated selectively. If speaking candidly among allies, so if we are talking about selective perception and double standards among allies, then we are not winning at all. So if I see a concerted effort against a hybrid threat toward one ally, that would be a favorable position where we are. And then my actually, personal recommendation is this: to make a amendment to the Article 5. Bring in, hybrid threats, let's say hybrid attacks or psychological warfare against one ally should be treated as against all allies, and all allies should be on the same page against all together. That would be a favorable point where we are. Whatever tools we use, whatever means we use, if we are on the same page in that sense, that would be a winning position. Other than that, it's we are not at a good position to say what does winning look like.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the prescriptions for success. First of all, admit the problem. Second, let people know what's going on. Third, practice. Fourth, rewrite Article 5.
That's going to be a bit
That might
harder.
be the tricky one. But the rest of it is eminently achievable, so the question still remains, why are countries not doing it? We've left almost 20 minutes for questions from the audience, so I hope that there are going to be plenty. If not, I have something else in reserve for our panelists that I wanted to ask them. But if we could have the microphone, first of all, in the second row. Are there any mics? Michael, if you could put your hand up again. There we go.
I'm Michael Treacher from Research.lv. So the gentleman from Turkey said that we have a moral obligation, shared understanding of reality, and to safeguard shared reality from targeted maliciousness. So in whole of society mobilization, how can we encourage business when it may not help the bottom line? And also, those business interests may not align with geographical ones to get involved and to put more funding in place.
Yeah, let's take them one by one. Go ahead.
I would like the question to be paraphrased a little bit, because I didn't really get the gist of the question itself.
So, to bring in the whole of society, you would have to bring in the private sector as well as the public sector.
Yes.
That may not be profitable for the private sector, and the interests of those private companies may not be the same, even though the base, say, in Latvia, may not be geographically the same as Latvia itself. It may have interests outside of Latvia, which may discourage from making those decisions. How can you encourage business to invest more in resilience?
Yeah, because at the end of the day, you have to bring, you cannot just go with the business or private sector with moral obligations or with ideals. Yes, that there is a discourse into that, but at the end of the day, as a state, as a government, you have to put some incentives into it to bring business into the same, to bring them on the same page. That's true for the citizens as well. That's true for the other allies as well. So without incentives, you cannot just bring, by normative discussions or discourses, you cannot bring everybody on the same page. There should be an incentive for the business. What is this incentive? Of course, if this, if this democratic environment is disrupted, then it's not only a threat to the state itself or to the civilians itself or the public itself, it's also a threat to the business as well. And also, that's why the governments have to invent into the idea that to bring in private sector, university, academia, and also NGOs into the business to say that, look, this is not only public good for the civilians or public or good for the state itself. It's an important thing also for our business. If our order, if our democracies are disrupted, if we lose our businesses to adversaries, then it will not be actually useful not only for citizens or state but also for business as well. So incentives, there is not good choices other than bringing in incentives for the private sector.
Thank you. Can we have 2 microphones to the front row, please? One for the boss, first one here, and second for the gentleman in the green tie over there, please.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for interesting thoughts. First, on Pekka, can I give your phone to some Latvian politicians so that you can repeat about what was the Finnish experience in the front of TV in Latvia? Because, we happen to have, in a very similar circumstances, full collapse of the government. But actually, to the point, is it actually possible to create resilience to a crisis without actually going through the crisis? And I think everybody's been talking about this region being the one that really gets it. Like, we talk about Finland, somewhere else they talk about the Baltics. We get few drones, and that doesn't work. So my question is, aren't we kind of exaggerating? And that's part of a narrative as well, saying that can be a preparedness without actually having to go through the experience of crisis? Or we have to actually say, we can do, we calm ourselves when we do things and pretend it's going to be good. But I think the data increasingly suggests, in my view, and I'm questioning your reaction to it, that actually a crisis is needed to have a resilience. Without one, we pretty much just have a papers.
Pekka first.
Yes, I think that, unfortunately, crises are needed. Innovation doesn't really go fast until there's crisis. We know the Ukraine war, as terrible as it is, the drone war that we have now, the huge leap in innovation. So it's a bit like, we are a bit like teens, talking about what, and wanting to learn how to date. And we say that, oh, I've been dating so much. But you don't have any dating experience. So that comes when you start dating. So maybe that analogy doesn't work perfectly, but it was my left brain that was infecting and my right brain didn't stop it, so it went out. In any case, so I say crisis is needed, unfortunately, if we want to go fast. And that's, of course, something that we should find other ways to do it.
Lana, did you have thoughts?
Yeah, I think we've had a lot of wake-up calls and a lot of crises. You just have to recognize it as a crisis that affects you. I think that's what that metaphor of dating was about. And to find ways to make these things relatable to citizens. But otherwise, of course, I think, yeah, we have lots of plans, lots of exercises, lots of strategies, lots of doctrines, and they may not survive contact with the enemy. You will still need them to be mentally aware that very bad things may happen. But yeah, I think we need to inject collectively a sense of urgency, and maybe drones sometimes make that point because they really bring the crisis home in a way, in a very direct, visceral way, which otherwise we would not realize. So from that point of view, of course, knowing who the enemy is can help galvanize action. And for many years, of course, in NATO, we didn't describe Russia as an adversary, so it was also much harder to focus our communications, to focus what we were doing. So having a clear adversary and an understanding of the adversary and of the adversarial network, and being confronted with those real life situations, hopefully, there's no guarantee of that, will make more and more people aware of at least needing to be prepared mentally for bad things to happen and then doing something about it.
Yes, of course, it's a subset of the broader defense conversation in some of our countries, particularly those that are not willing to face the defense problem because it's expensive to do so, where increasingly the conversation goes, what will it take to convince governments that there is a problem? And the answer generally is blood. It'll take a disaster to shake some governments out of their complacency. But let's hope we can at least exercise some of our softer skills before we get to that point. Chris, you had some thoughts.
So I think it's also important to think about the systematic challenge, because in a sense the sub-threshold warfare, drones, subsea cables, they seem to happen episodically, but there's also a wide understanding that this is part of a campaign that's being run by very capable people to the east of here. That's the more kinetic-related things. The less kinetic things, some of which I alluded to at the outset in the China context, Russia uses as well, these are also part of a campaign. Like this is a systematic effort to reshape the way we operate, the way our elites think about things, the way we understand the world around us, the way we make decisions on economic matters. This is a big part of it. I think until we get to the point where we're thinking more systematically and not reacting to an episode, we're always going to be reacting. I'll come back to my point at the outset. As long as we're on our heels in all of these domains, we're always going to be behind. And that I think is part of our challenge. It's not an easy one. I mean, of course, we would have solved it if it were simple, but because the problem is so significant now, I think I would encourage both the non-governmental space and the governmental space to challenge themselves how to kind of leapfrog some of these things, even with the transatlantic troubles we have. Because if we find ourselves in a similar conversation 3 or 5 years from now, where we're just kind of, that's not going to be a good thing. And so I would encourage a kind of self-challenging on this count.
Yeah, we have a lot of experience of similar conversations 3 to 5 years later, as you've already heard during this panel. Qasim, was there anything you wanted to add before we go to the final question here?
No, I don't have it.
Very good. Sir.
Thank you very much. Mateusz Mielczarek. I'm Associate Research Fellow at Rand Europe. Thank you for the very interesting conversation. I fully agree with your diagnosis that we are quite reactive. We really like to be concerned. There are actually extremely good memes about is the EU concerned, but let's put jokes aside. I would be very happy to hear your very practical perspective, ideas on how we can really be finally proactive. Because, you know, obviously NATO has pipelines, undersea cables, but different countries also have very sensitive infrastructure. And the question is what we can do with it. Thank you.
Well, it's stepping a little bit beyond the domain of communications and societal resilience, but does anybody fancy going after the other side's infrastructure?
But my interpretation of the question was beyond that. I think in the, and I'll tout some of SIPA's work, we released a report at the end of March titled War Without End, Deterring Russia's Shadow Warfare, and it gets into very granular detail on the sorts of things we can do on those kinds of issues. I actually think the challenge is more fundamental. I think democracies need to privilege some of their top-order values as they think about ways to take the offensive. Basically, what I would argue what China is doing today is they're making an argument on behalf of their preferences, their leadership that faces no challenge internally, which is that state should be preeminent, censorship is a value that should be privileged, and moreover, when China's involved, certain discussions shouldn't happen. They work very hard to get non-governmental organizations and governments to sideline issues. They're very effective at that. Look at the NBA in the United States from a few years ago as just one example. I could give you 50 more examples of that kind, not with weak interlocutors, but with very powerful ones. US universities, German universities, it's a very long list that were willing to cede their values preemptively in their engagement with an adversary. And it's not kinetic. This is like more in the ideas domain. So I would encourage more thinking about how we start to elevate ideas of essential rights and freedom, which are under assault, as a way to retake the initiative. It's exactly what Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin don't want to talk about. And in ways, it's why Xi Jinping is so keen to subjugate Taiwan, why Vladimir Putin, among other reasons, has devoted so much energy into Ukraine to subjugate Ukraine. And Ukraine is basically fighting, as people in the Baltic states know, for all of our freedoms now. And so this is, I think, pretty elemental. If you skirt around those basic issues of freedom and essential rights, you're always nibbling around the edges and talking about, can we catch the next drone? Is that cable safe? Like, that's part of this, but there's something much more fundamental that we've actually lost over the last 20 to 25 years.
Excellent. Next time we have this panel, let's do how can we exercise deterrence as part of the conversation, because it's about time. We are very close to our own time for wrapping up this schedule. I'm just going to ask each of our panelists for a 30-second soundbite just on a final question that we haven't covered yet, which is, what worries you most? What have we not thought about? What are we unprepared for? What is not part of the conversation that gives you cause for concern right now? Let's go Anna first.
I think a two-front war, China against Taiwan, Russia against NATO by 2030, at a time when NATO is perhaps not as strong as it should be. So I think we have a window of vulnerability now because of the cutbacks in the pool of forces that the US is willing to provide to NATO in a crisis conflict, but also because of the delays in our own readiness in Europe. So I think that simultaneity of conflict is something that we need to get to grips with, as China marks the 100th anniversary of the creation of the People's Liberation Army in 2027, and Xi Jinping has told them to get ready for that
Chris?
possibility.
So maybe I'll flip the question a little bit. What worries me is that people living in democracies won't realize their natural advantage over these decrepit regimes that are now projecting their power internationally. And I would say even in the last 6 months, some of the developments in this region show promise, whether you're looking at the resilience of Moldova, Armenia, if you look at Ukraine's resilience and the progress they're making, developments in Hungary. This is actually better today than it was even several months ago. And the Baltic states, to their great credit, remain also incredibly impressive in given their size and spirit. So I'm just, I think there's good news there. We have to look for it and not self-deter and self-shrink in ways that will only help our adversaries.
Very good. Pekka?
Well, my final thoughts here today are that the resilience requires AI transformation. And it is successful if the leaders are leading. And it's not an IT issue. Mm-hmm. If you people in this room lead, we will succeed.
Very good. Qasim, final thought.
Yeah, my final thought is that what worries me most is this disruption. We are too much relying on the technologies that we have. And now the space is contested, congested, and now it's a combat, a battlefield. So most of the technologies that today we are using are mostly relying on this high-level, technologies. If something comes up and disrupt whatever we are building now, we will turn back to the primitive, capabilities we have. And if we are not resilient on that as well, that will be an incredible, fallout for all of us. So that's the thing that right now worries me a lot.
We're very primitive capabilities here. Pen and paper is great.
Well, there you have it. I told you it was a diverse panel, and we ended up with some diverse food for thought for you to take off into your next coffee break. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention, and please thank our panelists.
So, welcome back. We are heading to the final discussion for today. But before I introduce the panel and the moderators, I would kindly remind you send the reminder from the team. If you took the headphones or the chargers, please don't forget to bring them back to the stations where you took them today in the morning. So the last panel for today is going to be about the war again, of course. So when the gun falls silent, we are starting another fight for the perceptions of the results of the war, for interpreting and understanding the political consequences, for understanding the new society structure, memory, veterans integration, and the new political and military alliances. So this panel calls When War Ends, and I'm happy to introduce the moderator, Rebecca Skipich, former BBC News Global Disinformation Editor, AI and Disinformation Expert and Consultant.
When war ends. When the guns fall silent, the war does not simply end. It continues to unfold across political, economic, informational, and moral dimensions. Ceasefires or settlements do not automatically resolve questions of power, legitimacy, or the potential for renewed aggression. How the outcome is interpreted globally will shape deterrence, alliance cohesion, economic stability, and the credibility of international norms. The post-war phase is a contest over meaning, memory, and expectation. Strategic communications will determine whether the end of fighting reinforces stability and deterrence or allows ambiguity, fatigue, and adversary narratives to define the future. The central challenge is this: when war ends in its physical form, how can leaders shape its meaning across all other dimensions to deter aggression, preserve credibility, and uphold the rules of the international order?
Good afternoon. Welcome to this final panel. Thank you so much for joining us. Wars rarely end when the shooting stops. History shows us that often the most consequential phase begins after the guns fall silent. What matters next is not only what happened, but what people believe happened. Was aggression rewarded or defeated? Was resolve demonstrated or weakened? Did the international system uphold its principles or expose its limitations? The narratives that emerge shape deterrence, social cohesion, economic stability, international alliances, and confidence in the global order. Victory becomes a contest over meaning, memory, and the lessons that others draw from the conflict. I don't need to tell you that for strategic communications, the challenge is profound. If leaders fail to define the meaning of war, others will do it for them. Adversaries will seek to exploit ambiguity, public fatigue, and competing interpretations to reshape perceptions of success, failure, and legitimacy. So in this final session, we're going to be looking beyond the battlefield and asking how leaders can communicate the end of conflict in ways that reinforce deterrence, sustain credibility, create stability, and reduce the risk of future aggression. Well, we have an extraordinarily well-qualified quartet of experts to dive into that question. Candice Rondeau is a geopolitical risk analyst, award-winning investigative journalist, and author, currently Professor of Practice at the Future Security Initiative. She's also the founding principal of Frontline Atlas, an independent public interest intelligence platform that tracks hidden geopolitical dynamics. Mustafa Naim is a public policy expert, strategic communications practitioner, and a former investigative journalist. He also served as a member of parliament in Ukraine, where from 2023 to 24, he led, beg your pardon, you did not leave, the State Agency for Restoration and Infrastructure Development of Ukraine, and you currently work in the defense and miltech sector. Jan Jessen has been a journalist for more than 25 years. He is winner of this year's Press Freedom Award in Germany. He's a crisis and war reporter for the Funke Media Group, one of the largest newspaper agencies in Germany. He's reported from conflict zones around the world and says, "From the very beginning of my career, my goal was to work in crisis and war reporting. We live in a globalized world. Everything is connected." Peter Frankopan is Professor of Global History at Oxford University and UNESCO Professor of Silk Road Studies at King's College, Cambridge, named by Prospect magazine as one of the world's 50 top thinkers. His books include The Silk Roads, A New History of the World, and The Earth Transformed, An Untold History. He works mainly on Russia, the Middle East and Iran, Central Asia and China, and advises multilateral organizations and governments on geopolitics, foreign affairs, and risk. Will you join me in welcoming the panel? Thanks so much for being here. We're going to start with a few thoughts on this incredibly open-ended but absolutely fundamental question, when war ends. So, Candice, we'll turn to you to start off with. What needs to happen at that end point to ensure a successful transition?
Well, thank you, first of all, for having me. It's been really an interesting conference. Listening to all of you has been really thought-provoking. And I had to sort of stay up late last night thinking about what I was going to say. You know, I think probably all of us would agree that there is kind of a lot of focus in this conversation about narrative. And there is a fundamental narrative of war, a grammar, I would say, that is universal across time, which is the idea of subjugation and defense against subjugation. You can look at Ukraine, you can look at Afghanistan, you can look at Iraq, Syria. At every stage in those wars, you're talking about a situation where both sides are trying to assert themselves as the defender against subjugation. And we were talking a little bit about the example of the US Civil War, which may not be as familiar to folks in this room, but is very familiar to me, growing up there in the United States. You know, the cause of that war is still today contentious. If you might go to Atlanta, someplace in the South, and you might hear people say the war was not about slavery. But in actual fact, of course it was. Even the vice president of the Confederacy at the time, a guy named Alexander Stevens, said in his foundational speech, slavery is the Confederate way of life. And if you fast forward to some 20, 30 years after the war, there was still a lot of contention about what was that war really about. And there was never any system to settle exactly who was the subjugator and who was the defense against the subjugation. And as a result, because there was no period put on the narrative, no institutional mechanism for recompense, we saw the rise of the KKK. We saw public lynchings become a way of life in the South and even some parts of the North. And still today, some of the statues that were erected from the Confederacy for Confederate soldiers are contentious. We've had knockdown, drag-out fights over that. We've had people killed over these statues and this memory. So that's just one example. But of course, I think in this room, there are other examples that would resonate. Nuremberg, the Tokyo trials. These were institutional decisions to put a point on who was the subjugator and who was defending against subjugation. And I think there are 6 elements to that overall architecture that you have to build in order to ensure the cessation of hostilities and ensure that there will not be a reignition, because that has to be the focus. And the first, of course, is leadership accountability, as we saw in Nuremberg, right? As we saw in Tokyo. And of course, there are caveats to how that went. But that is really critical, number 1. Number 2 is lustration, whether it's for occupying forces, for civilians who are involved in the suppression. That is also critical. Number 3, of course, is the question of sort of allied consolidation. And here, I think, we could use the example of Ukraine, as I'm sure we're going to talk about that. The external parties, and there almost always are, even in civil war contexts, have also made a choice about who is the subjugator and who is the defender. At some point, the allies need to be committed to deterring the alleged subjugator, from returning to crisis, to conflict. And so a commitment to deterrence on the part of the allies is another piece. And of course, next is reparations. Who will pay for what was lost? You have to bring both the accounts and the receipts, and then you have to manage them. And that is a very long process. We can look at the example of the United States and Iran as a very good example. Some of you may know that after the hostage-taking in 1979, a number of assets were in play, Iranian assets were in play as a result of that conflict, and they're still today being debated in a court administrative structure. And this is actually, in fact, the center of some of the conversations that are happening right now in Pakistan over the war. Last but not least, of course, we have reconstruction itself. And this will cost, right? The question is, how will you build the institutional architecture of managing that cost and ensure that there is payment? And then finally, the one I think that many people here are very focused on is culture and education. But you cannot have culture and education, whether it's in a school setting, other settings, without those other 5 elements. These are critical. So I think the consolidation, the building of the architecture is really important. We saw it after World War II, but we haven't really seen it since. And this is now, I think, fundamental when you think about Ukraine in particular, because of such resonance with European history. This is something that I think Europe is going to have to grapple with.
That's absolutely fascinating. And I think actually Jan and I were talking earlier and saying, is there an example of a good outcome? And we came up with Germany after the Second World War, and that was pretty much it. I'm sure Peter will chip in with some examples from history if there are.
Sorry, it's very important to say that here. It was a good outcome for West Germany.
Yeah, true.
I think that the idea that the Second World War was a war of liberation is something that takes root in the West. But here in Latvia, the Second World War was a war of incarceration. All the countries that came on the wrong side of the Berlin Wall were effectively enslaved for 45 years. So I think we could talk about Germany, but these terms, they do matter, and they matter here.
Yeah, well said. Thank you very much for that. Mustafa, I'm going to move on to you. When War Ends is the name of is the title of the panel, but I think you would actually question whether that's, well, it is a question, and you think that question mark is important. Can it end?
Okay, thank you everyone for coming here, for attention to this topic and having me, and for all the Ukrainians who are here. I would start with a very question, because actually the name of panel, it's more about hope than about force and about confidentiality of those who actually created this situation, this panel. I will try to explain. Raise your hand who really thinks that Russia will stop itself. Maybe there is someone who thinks so.
I'm not seeing any hands, no.
Then another question would be, what do you think, war in Afghanistan ended or not? Did it end? In Syria? Maybe in Georgia? Maybe in Chechnya? No. All these countries are still fighting. People of these countries fighting. Some of them fighting for their life and to survive. Some of them fighting for their freedom. Some of them fighting for responsibility. And some of them asking still who is guilty and who should pay, as said my colleague. But all of us calmed down after Chechnya, after Georgia, after Afghanistan, after Syria. I'm originally from Afghanistan, and I understand what is that, and I don't want to have the same in Ukraine. And what I feel, what I hear in European, all platforms and all stages which are discussing this topic, I feel that everyone is preparing to forget another war. And I think, maybe I'm wrong, but maybe you have different point of view, but I think the main issue is that all these wars stopped in the mind of those people who are not inside, first. And the second, they stopped not because they really think they stopped, because they're tired. We're tired to see someone dying. We're tired to feel that it's not comfortable someone dying, yes? Especially when you're much more prosper, when you think that you are running planet, and when you think that you are putting rules, but someone is still dying because someone else, who you are shaking hand, Mr. Putin, killing those who asking you for help. It's not comfortable. And that's the main problem. The situation we have now with Ukraine is everyone is not comfortable. The problem that we feel inside Ukraine is that we don't want you to put the situation you're comfortable or not comfortable. We want you to fight with us against them. And if you see that from the communication side and from the narrative side, what does it mean? What is the difference between not feeling comfortable and fight together? When you feel comfortable or not comfortable, you think that maybe you can turn your eyes from that, or you can stop and you will calm down. When you fight, the main goal is victory. I don't think that Europe and all our partners thinks about victory. They think about helping Ukraine, to have some political credits, to have something for their future to say we've helped Ukraine. Thank you for your help. I'm very sincerely say that. We will not resist, and we didn't have a chance to resist if we would not have our partners. But through these 5 years, actually in Ukraine it lasts 12 years. 12 years, and you're not comfortable only 4 years. That's the reason. We are not comfortable 10 years. So all these years, all aid which came to Ukraine, it was late. And it was late not because you didn't have ammunition, tanks, or something. It was because all steps, every steps, you think maybe it will not go further. Maybe it will not go. And the ideology of this aid was actually declared in 2008 by Angela Merkel when she said, don't tease Russian beer. And in 2 months, Russia invaded Georgia. So what I'm saying now, that war will not end itself. We should end it. We should end it. And that's the reason why I think war will not end, because now what we're doing, we're trying to end it in our minds, on our discussion, but we're not trying to think what should we do to stop it. And if you think this way, then you should go and a little bit try to be on this place of Mr. Putin. What will stop you? You will not never do what Mr. Putin did, but what we see from his history, he never stops because of estimation of resources, risks, or danger. He stops only the moment he feels strong resistance, how we did in Ukraine. Believe me, when they raped our wives, our children and sisters in Bucha, they didn't have plan to stop. They wanted to do the same in Kiev, then in Lviv, then in Brussels, then in London, in Paris. There is nothing they can stop them. There is nothing they could stop. There is no red lines for these people. And when we see what happened in Bucha or in other cities, on Mariupol, or the cities of Ukraine, which they actually turned like Aleppo, and you still think that we can stop him because he will estimate some resources, it's lie. Don't lie yourself. We can just defeat him. If not, that will be another pause. And this pause, he tested many times. He tested after Georgia, he tested after Crimea, and now he's testing now here. And last half a year, he's testing NATO countries. 18 drones came already on territory of NATO countries, and you are coming down with that. We okay, all of us, okay. No one asking our governments why 18 drones with pilots, with ammunition, came to our residential area. And we did do nothing. Why we think that we'd do something if 10 drones will come now to Latvia? You will not able to do that something. So what we should do, stop enemy, stop Russians, and then we should ask us not what will happen after war, what should we do now to stop enemy. And I think what we can do now is to think how we can defeat this beer, not to tease him, not to please him, but stop this beer. And final say what I will say, that, you know, for many people when you said that war end, even if war will end, actually I don't think that some of you will be calm down at the end of your life that war will not happen. Our generation will never have that. I think our generation will always think and wait for an next invasion. It's just because when you, I mean our generation in Ukraine, I believe maybe you think it's different, but we will never be calmed down. We will never think again that it will be calmed down and we will have peace and long-stand peace. So the final issue is that when you think about war and peace and the end of war, I'm thinking about millions of Ukrainians, which, when war ends, they will still fighting because they lost their families. And they will fight in their minds till end of their age. And this fight will be about very simple issues. Why those partners who told that they would protect us, who are much more mighty than Russians, didn't do nothing to stop this beer before? Imagine that the GDP of Russia is 20 times less than GDP of European Union. And you still are doing, I don't know, nothing just to stop it here. We are helping Ukraine to save time, not to bring Russians here. But 2 days ago in Riga, you know, Riga tested alert system. Do you know that? I mean, all of you have this message on your phone. So we are testing, we are preparing that they will invade us. Even having country which is fighting now against them, and they stop them. So last point is that think about those people who will end this war. It will be Ukrainians, because we actually can do it now. Help us to finish that. And it's not about helping, we are not begging. We are just waiting when you will be much more aware and can help us by yourself, not by hope, not by declarations, but by ammunition, by weapon, which can kill enemy to the end. And the killing, I'm telling not about people, I'm killing the ideology, which allows nation to capture another nation and still have a chance to come to United Nations, to come to Brussels, to Berlin, to Alaska, and handshake with the leaders who declare all these rights and rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to leave about 20 minutes for questions, and there were lots of challenges, lots of interesting ideas there. I'd love to hear from people, so please do start thinking about any questions or comments that you'd like to make. Jan, let's move on to you. We talked a little bit about how in people's minds these wars, you know, they forget about them, they can become fatigued with them, and how the lens moves on. You've just returned from Iraq. What did you find there? Your comments, please.
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca, and also thank you from my side for the invitation to this very interesting conference. I spent last week a couple of days in the Sinjar region of northwestern Iraq, and in this region, the consequences of flawed and misguided post-war policies are visible as if under a magnifying glass. Policies that have failed to create lasting peace and stability, instead producing persistent insecurity and new conflicts. Sinjar is the homeland of the Iraq's Yazidi minority. In 2014, I think everybody remembers, the fanatics of the so-called Islamic State swept into the region. Thousands of people were murdered, thousands of women and children were abducted, and hundreds of thousands were forced to flee. Most of them are still living today as internally displaced persons in the neighboring Kurdistan region. Clausewitz said that was the continuation of politics by other means. The peace process is the continuation of war by other means. Securing peace is way more difficult and demanding than waging war, and the road to hell is paved with good intentions. The US-led invasion of Iraq in 23, and above all, the short-sighted and ineffective policies that followed, which failed to guide the country toward a stable future, were among the key preconditions for the later rise of the Islamic State. Besides, ironically, one of the greatest geopolitical beneficiaries of this war was Iran. The Shia clerical regime was able to expand its influence in neighboring Iraq dramatically. After 23, there was no coherent plan for post-war order, no policy aimed at fostering national reconciliation, and no hopeful vision for Iraq's future. The rise of the Islamic State after 28 was almost inevitable consequence of these failed post-war policies. Today, Iraq remains a fragile country. The Shia popular Mobilization forces have evolved to something like a state into a state. The ISIS terror caliphate has long since been destroyed, but the ideology of Sunni extremism continues to persist beneath the surface. People continue to suffer from the mistakes of the past. In refugee camps across the autonomous Kurdistan region, internally displaced people have been living in tents and container shelters for 12 years. In the Sinjar region, the homeland of the Yazidis, armed militias and forces of the central government continue to compete for control and influence. Infrastructure remains in a deplorable condition and economic opportunities are scarce. Similar patterns of military intervention without a viable political framework for the post-war period were later evident in Afghanistan or in Libya. The consequences extend far beyond the borders of those countries and the fate of the people who live there. Trustworthy communication matters on a personal level, but also on a strategic one. If I tell my beloved wife, "Don't worry, honey, I will have done the dishes by the evening, but the dirty dishes are still sitting in the sink at night," she will be very annoyed and a bit grumpy. If Western countries carry out military invasions in other nations and tell people, "Don't worry, folks, the next few weeks will be a bit tough, but after that your lives will be wonderful," yet years later, still there's still chaos, instability, and poverty, this leads to disappointment and anger. I'm not a politician, a military officer, a strategic analyst. I'm just a journalist. When I speak with ordinary people in Africa, Asia, or in the Middle East, I'm struck by how much credibility and prestige the West has lost. Not only because of the wars it has fought, but above all because of the consequences of those wars. If we do not know what we are fighting for, we should not fight at all. And if we fight, we should think about the aftermath before the war begins. We should not make promises we cannot keep. We should communicate our war aims honestly. We should understand the environment we are entering. We should be prepared for the long haul. We should also have credible narratives ready for the domestic audience, because people grow weary of war very quickly. The growing appeal of autocratic systems is also a result of our own mistakes. Iraq shows what happens when military power is not accompanied by a credible political vision. We have lost the ability to communicate such a vision convincingly. This is something we urgently need to change.
Thank you so much. Peter, so much to go at there. You have an overview over almost every situation that we talked about here, and also the historic lens as well. Give us your thoughts on what we've heard so far.
Well, thanks, Rebecca, and thank you again for having me and Riga. It's such a pleasure. I clear these days in my diary every year to make sure I can be here, because as well as meeting interesting people on the panel, I hear so many ideas that give us food for thought. Look, I'll pick up on a couple of things. First, Candice is exactly right. The key is about accountability. What Nuremberg and Tokyo did was it showed that there are consequences of making bad actions. So, again, as Jan just said now, it's not very easy to win a war, but wars can be won. But it's easy to win the war but lose the peace. The Second World War, in Western Europe, the war was won and the peace was won. What emerged after 1945 on the Western side of Europe was a world that built up its institutions, prioritized the rule of law, allowed freedoms, encouraged diverse societies. Maybe they could have been more diverse, but there was a model that was very different to what happened in the Eastern side of Europe, where the war was won, insofar as Hitler was the primary objective. But what the Soviet Union did was to provide a war of occupation that provided exactly the opposite, of no accountability, of institutions that were based on loyalty and to the Communist Party and to Moscow, rather than any form of competence. And so that, I think, is the challenge about how do you make sure that you don't just win on the battlefield, but you win in the peace. And that's hard. That's a question that Israel has to work out how to deal with. Massive military technology that's won every single war you can imagine, but is in danger of losing the peace if there's ever going to come in the first place. We see something similar in Iran too. So look, the benefits of all of this were in 91, when the dissolution of the Soviet Union, here in Latvia, average life expectancies here have gone up nearly 8 years since 1991. Average per capita incomes in Latvia have gone up 10 times. If you are given freedoms, if you're given institutions, if you're given an architecture, societies can flourish and thrive. And I mean, ironically, one of the worst and most stupid things that Putin ever did was to attack Ukraine, because it has made Ukraine a much more modern, accountable, Western-facing society that, like Mustafa said, will never, ever have that flirtation with Moscow, because it will fight for its own freedoms. So it's achieved the exact opposite of what Putin wanted, which was not really territory, but with great respect to Mustafa, was not Donbass, Crimea, and so on. The loss of life on Ukraine's side and Russian side, unforgivable. Putin has been trying to compromise the viability of Ukraine as a sovereign state. It's an existential, philosophical idea that he has, rather than here's a line that I will reach and then I'll negotiate. He will not tolerate a separate, independent Ukraine. So the challenge there is, what does a peace look like if there's some form of settlement? If Russia is forced into some kind of stalemate, or worse, from Russian point of view, or better from Ukrainian point of view, maybe Russia could be dislodged. And I'm sure all of you have been following, as well as the conference here in Riga, we've had up the road the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, where I've been following this morning what's been going on. And the clear existential choice that Russia finds itself at has been articulated by some of the delegates I've been watching on the live stream this morning, is, should Russia sue for peace and take the pressure off an economy that's overcooking, the damage that Ukraine is doing to military infrastructure, to domestic architecture, to Russia's economy is not just substantial, it's extremely aggressive, the capability Ukraine has had over the course of the last few months. Or should Russia accept the fact, how Russia sees this, that the crisis and the confrontation with the West is going to be a permanent state of war? And beyond that, and again, people in this room who work on the national security element will know that some of those discussions in the defense ministry of the economy in Moscow over the last couple of months have been, can Russia even afford to de-escalate economically? The only place that you can make money in Russia now is in defense procurement. If you slow that down or de-escalate it, does the economy actually all fall apart? And I can tell you as a historian, war machines can be degraded, but they never wind themselves down. They never wind themselves down. The brief moment you saw that in post-Soviet Union in the 1990s was a brief pause. The first thing that the Russians did as the economy got going again was to invest in three particular types of architecture, particularly submarines, particularly hypersonics and advanced missile technologies, and its nuclear arsenal, and added to that cyber. It's been a reboot that many of us in this room recognize, either because of lived experience, if you're my age, of growing up in the age of the Soviet Union, or because no one's had any illusions. So the eastern side of Europe that was incarcerated and occupied are the ones where the energy of all of European military defense spending, and the closer you are to the front lines in Ukraine, the higher the level of focus you have. Baltic states, Poland, etc. Now Moldova, Romania too. You can't escape from this stuff. So in that sense, I guess that there are two obvious points to make. One is that defense isn't good enough. You can build your walls higher and deeper, but you need deterrence as well. And deterrence is something different. Deterrence is the ability to explain to your enemy that you are willing to cause them pain. At the moment, Ukraine is doing that, and we are keeping ourselves 1 or 2 degrees removed because we don't want the consequences of what that looks like. There are lots of ways in which a deterrent architecture can be developed, but we are still in the foothills of thinking about, or the early stages of thinking what that looks like. So I guess my kind of handover is to make two slightly counterintuitive points, right? Taking up one of the things Mustafa said. Putin and Trump were both right about Russia and both right about Ukraine. And it's an odd thing to say. Putin was right because his miscalculation would be that no one would really come to Ukraine's defense. And I don't want to speak badly against what Latvia's done, what NATO's done, what Europeans have done. We've done something, but as Mustafa said, we've given breathing space rather than proper capabilities. Putin was right that we wouldn't really stand by. He was right that the German overdependence on Russian energy would compromise its ability to make decisions. He was right in thinking that Macron calling NATO brain dead which is unfortunate, but that he could gamble on that. And he was right in thinking that Obama wouldn't get involved, which he didn't. He was right in thinking that Trump wouldn't get involved, which he didn't. And we're living with the consequences of Putin's miscalculation based on that supposition. And Trump was right, as far as Ukraine, of saying, look, you guys in Europe, this is your problem. You know, this is your architecture, this is your backyard, this is your future, your livelihood. We're sympathetic, but if you want to play ball within the NATO architecture, if you want to be taken seriously, you do actually need to pay some of the prices yourself, both financially, but also in terms of preparing your state for it. So as Joanna Lugeski said at the moment, before, this two-front war, you know, the US have got other things that need to be worrying about. And we in Europe need to shoulder the burden. So Putin and Trump were both not wrong. I don't want to say right, not wrong. But where Putin and Trump were both wrong were when you fight a war of choice, which is what Putin did in Ukraine. He didn't need to do this. He could have found different ways of putting pressure. He could have found ways of compromising civil society. He could have kept on bribing different parts of the Ukrainian political establishment and business elites that was reasonably effective. He could have rotted a society from inside that the Russians and the Soviets knew how to do very well. He chose to escalate. He was stupid to do that. Wars of choice are very, very hard to win, because if you fight a war of existence, as Ukraine is doing, you've got no choice except to keep on fighting and to give the blood of the next generation for the generation that follows. And Trump was wrong with the same equation in Iran. He thought with massive military superpower and technology and ability to strike using the new technology we've got, Iran will be dragged to the table. And it's the same thing. If you're fighting a war of existence like you fight in Iran, you have unintended consequences. So I guess my 3 points are, let's learn from some of the lessons of history. Second, understand without any soft pillows or cushions about what defense looks like. And it's not just walls and armaments, it's about deterrence. And third, wars start because there are miscalculations, right? They always start because there's an underestimation or sometimes a correct estimation of your opponent's vulnerabilities. So in this age of competition, vulnerabilities get benchmarked very quickly, and almost as bad as having vulnerabilities is being perceived to have vulnerabilities.
Peter, thank you so much. Absolutely incredibly interesting to hear your viewpoints, and also that framing of Trump and Putin was so interesting. I'm going to sort of continue on the idea of memory and of legitimacy, if you will. Sort of post-war legitimacy depends on perception. It depends on how suffering, sacrifice, responsibility, justice are framed. I'm going to ask you to kind of move a little into the future, or you can, so to speak, look to the future from historical examples, if you will, post-war. Who controls that historical memory in the first 5 years after the conflict? What are some of the things that need to be done in order to, I'm hesitant now to use the word narrative because you said it's been overused, but who is responsible, as bearing in mind we're talking to a room of strategic communicators, with shaping that sort of that societal response to what's happened? Candice.
Yeah, I mean, in my mind, I'm thinking you have the Saddam Hussein variant and the Rudolf Hess variant, whereby with Saddam Hussein, as we all know, the entire process was intransparent, and it was run essentially by the United States government, you know, with an Iraqi hand roughly on the till. And by that time, of course, we had already seen the beginnings of this rendition program. There are a lot of things going on in terms of the outward face of US military justice that certainly weakened the position that the US took, and enabling essentially the execution of Saddam Hussein without really any process for the Iraqi people in any real way, versus a Rudolf Hess situation, Nuremberg, or even take Tokyo. Those are extremely relevant examples. And if you were sort of to fast forward into the future, there is one question that everybody in this room is going to be grappling with, whether it's a year from now or 2 years, it doesn't really matter. The ICC has made a decision about Vladimir Putin. and has accused him of war crimes. And there are other leaders in Moscow who have been accused of war crimes by the ICC. We have the Special Tribunal for the crime of aggression that has now started to move forward. It hasn't advanced nearly as fast as I think it probably could or should, but nonetheless, these are two processes that we have in place that are not going to go away simply because Steve Witkoff shows up with a basket of candy in Moscow. That's not going to happen. So what then, right? And there are other things happening in other jurisdictions. In fact, I've done a little bit of reporting, as some of you all know, about the Wagner Group over the years. And there's one case right now pending in Finland that I think most people don't really know very much about, involving a Wagner commander by the name of Jan Petrovsky, who was in 2014 responsible for the mutilation on camera of a Ukrainian soldier and essentially gave orders for the slaughter of 22 unarmed men in the Idar battalion. He is now appealing his case. The first time that anybody from a Wagner contingent has been charged, and he's now appealing his case in Helsinki. I mean, how many people in this room actually knew about that case? Yeah, I see a scattering, a handful, right? Yeah. Okay. This case will decide whether or not the rest of the world sees that 2014 to 21 period as an international armed conflict extremely significant, because it extends to every victim in Ukraine the possibility of reparations for numerous war crimes that were committed before 2022, before Europe woke up, right, to the actual threat that's on its doorstep. And so when we think about accountability, we have to understand that it is happening. And it will be something that the Ukrainian people will never forget, as I think we just heard from Naim, from Mustafa. This is not going to go away. And so what is the obligation of Europe in this situation?
But Mustafa, thank you, Candice. Mustafa, the question I'd want to put to you, just to build on that, is internally within Ukraine. I know you and I have discussed how there could potentially be various different post-war, if you'll forgive me, if we can perhaps put ourselves in that position, of opposing views about what that peace looks like, and actually that sense of sacrifice and responsibility and suffering might play into that. Could you just speak a little on that?
Yeah, I will try to do that, but before that I will just comment a little bit to your previous question. Who will define what is the peace and what everything happened, and who will estimate that, or who will actually explain that? I have a very sad answer, and unfortunately maybe you don't like it, but it will be defined by winner. It will be defined by winner. If Russia will kill more Ukrainians in occupied territory and will win, if they can be able to explain their people and to other planet, to other part of the planet, that they win, they will define. That's it, not you. Not our discussions, not our experts, not professors, not journalists, not experts, just those who fight on the front line. They will be heroes. They will come and be victims. What they're doing now is just saying that they are victims of the European Union and Ukraine because their culture is cancelled. They're started to do it already now. Even here in Latvia, Prime Minister was fired because of that. I mean, one of the reasons was that. This conflict was there. So how it happened? So the winner will define what happened. So please don't be victim and don't please lose this war. And that is the problem. Because we're still trying to think that there will be like equal sides, and we will go to the stage and explain to Russians that they are not right, that they are guilty, or to other part of the civilized world saying that Russians are guilty. It will not happen that way. Finally, Gerhard Schroeder will go and say everyone who was right. The guy who was a member of supervisory board of Gazprom, who is now German, politician, expert, and public leader, and he has voice. That's the issue. So about this particular question what you said about Ukrainians, how Ukrainians inside Ukraine, they define this issue. For many people, it's different what's going on now. For many people, they really appreciate that European Union helped us and the United States helped us. But it is very difficult to explain for those who lost their families, lost their children and husbands, that, yes, they helped us, that was not enough. They helped us, but not in time. So I think after war, we will have totally different minds in Ukraine. Because before war, if you remember, everything started from the Maidan when we said that we are going to European Union. Those people who are now fighting, many of them don't remember Maidan. They was young. I mean, they were like 15 years, 20 years. They don't remember that. And they are not obliged, they don't have any kind of moral obligations to some European values if they are killed by those who doesn't have these values. So if European countries didn't help them to survive, that will be very difficult for me and for you to explain them why after war they should vote for European Union accession. What is Europe actually? And that's the one thing Europe should think, because after war we should rethink the idea of Europe in total. It's not about anymore only about values. It's not only about prosperity. It's not only about union of coal and steel. It should also have weapons to protect their member states and to defeat enemies. That's the main goal of European Union, I think, after war, to explain and to rethink the role of the European Union, especially when you understand that NATO is not it anymore.
Okay, thank you. I heard some mutterings when you mentioned the Latvian Prime Minister. I'm not familiar with that story, but I would be happy to receive a comment if people feel that. Director Sarts, do you want to? No? Okay, right. Okay, thank you for that. I am going to come to questions from the audience in a moment. Jan, I just wanted to ask you, as a fellow journalist, this idea of communicating a narrative, communicating a story, how do we've heard so much over the last 2 days about fragmentation, the digital fragmentation of the world, distorted, manipulated realities. My area is disinformation, so I know this more than, but probably more than I want to be honest, about how people just can live totally different realities to each other. How do communicators develop and communicate a narrative that actually allows societal cohesion in a post-war situation?
Actually, I would say this is one of the major challenges for a post-war phase. I mean, I don't have actually an answer on this question because, the waves of disinformation are getting bigger and mightier day by day. Information is torn apart. You have so many different sources of information. And I think it was easier, way easier in former times, for the winner of wars to somehow control the narrative, because the winner could control the influx of information. It was, for example, after the Second World War in Western Germany, at least, the Allies were able to re-educate the German to control the narrative, and so they managed the peace process. And I think this is way more difficult right now, even if wars are ending or if the kinetic warfare is ending, you will still have the information warfare. And so even the ones who were defeated in the war will have their capabilities to conduct this information warfare. So I think this is a major challenge. I don't have an answer how we can solve these problems. Even also as journalists, we are discussing this on every day, what can we do to fight all this disinformation, all the fake news. When I was in Tel Aviv, when the war against Iran started, I was wondering, I was sitting on the beach side having a cocktail, but checking my Facebook account, and I saw a lot of videos, AI generated, of total destruction, mass destruction in Tel Aviv, I read news that the air defense system is collapsing in Tel Aviv. I read news that the bunkers are only open, the shelters are only open for Jews, and that there is civil unrest, all this bullshit. And as I said, I was sitting at the beachside having a cocktail. I mean, it was somehow tense, the atmosphere, but nothing of this was right. So, yeah, and I think this is I don't know how to deal with it, actually. I don't know how we will manage. I mean, we have to deal with it. We have to fight this disinformation campaigns, and especially in post-war phases, to restore peace, to restore reconciliation, and all this. But actually, I don't know how to do it.
But Peter, I mean, obviously, you know, history famously written by the victors. But are we in a new environment now where, because of the amount of disinformation, because of the jet propulsion of social media and of generative AI, that actually it is harder to get a sense of a narrative that is accepted by people post-war?
With great respect to historians, no one cares about narratives. I mean, that's just a story. It's how you make people feel good about themselves or bad about themselves. The hard stuff is that wars properly end in one of two ways: exhaustion or capitulation, right? And Russia cannot lose the war in Ukraine. Ukraine can win, it can recover its territory, it can recover all of its territory. That's what winning means for Ukraine. Ukraine does not have any ambitions to go into Russian territory. But there is no, so the worst scenario for Russia is that it ends up being pushed out of Ukraine, right? That might happen, it might take many, many years, but Russia is not going to capitulate. That's the problem. So any kind of peace will be a freezing of a war rather than a classic end of a war. The way that Russia collapses, if Russia goes into a state of civil war, then that happens. But Russia can't afford to let that happen, and China particularly can't afford to let that happen. So the outcome in Ukraine, the best we can hope, is a freeze. And that freeze is, from a Ukrainian point of view, better or worse. It's how much territory can you get pushed back out? Can you force Russia out of some parts of East Ukraine? Can you force Russia out of Crimea? Could you get to a better deal? But this is not a peace in the same way that Allied troops arriving in Berlin in 1945 was able to achieve. When you win a war like that, then you can choose what you do. So you put 40 people on trial in Nuremberg, and then you rebuild Western Germany using people who are members of the Nazi Party, who oversaw bloodshed, not just on the battlefield, but in death camps. And you say, we'll leave that to one side. We won't talk about your pasts, we'll talk about the future. You can choose to do that as a narrative. The challenge is what we get with in Russia, Ukraine, what we get with Iran will be a freeze. And freezes can be quite effective. The Korean Peninsula froze, Cyprus froze. Things can freeze for a very long period of time. From Ukraine's point of view, that's probably not a bad thing because you can rebuild, you can rearm. But this war does not end. That's the problem, right? And I think that is the reality of how to understand where we are in Ukraine. And in fact, again, in St. Petersburg, we've had people who are well-placed saying Russia takes Kiev in 2036 and Russia takes all of Ukraine in 2050. That's how Russia sees this. So a dropping of arms, a peace agreement, you hold a line of control, it doesn't work unless you can get exhaustion or capitulation. That won't happen in Ukraine's case, we've seen that. But we are not talking about an end of war. This doesn't happen.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the audience. Lots of questions, I'm sure. Sorry, I'm just peering at you now, I can't see. Oh, there we go, forgive me. Could you stand up and let us know who you are and to whom the question is addressed?
Yeah, so my name is Dennis Sullivan. I'm with the Australia Initiative. And Mustafa, I appreciate your passion for this. My people are Irish. We understand Irish amnesia. We forget nothing but the grievances. And so definitely want to feel that. The empirical literature in post-conflict decay shows a consistent pattern. Conflict damage to the civic binding energy peaks not at ceasefire, but 36 months after. That's when the grief turns into grievance, and people start feeling that they need to reignite the war. Dayton froze that grief rather than processing it. Bosnia is still running on binding energy 36 years later. South Africa, however, is the one case where the signal is suppressed. The Truth and Reconciliation Committee gave grief a legitimate institutional address. My question is a strategic communication one. In a world where both Ukrainian and Russian populations are accumulating enormous, legitimate grief, and where adversary information operations are already pre-positioning political entrepreneurs, how do you sell, as strategic communicators, a Truth and Reconciliation Committee? Whether it's a frozen conflict, whether it's capitulation, how do you get the people to process that grief? How to process, they've buried the bodies, they've rebuilt the cities. How do you get that stone out of their hearts from a strategic communications perspective? Thank you.
Thanks so much. Candice, do you want to?
There's no TRC for Russia-Ukraine. That won't happen. I think we've just named exactly what we're looking at. For TRC, you need the conditions, and conditions are not frozen conflict. You need a commitment to deterrence. And that has, as I said, it has many different dimensions. But let's be clear about deterrence today versus 2036. Deterrence today is not responding to each drone that lands in Romania or Moldova or wherever as a one-off event. It has to be understood as the fundamental doctrine by which Russia has been operating since at least the 1960s. We call it reflexive control. Most people in this room know what that is, but they don't fully understand its meaning, which is to say, Russia is prepared, just like China, to slice the salami forever, infinitely. And that preparation comes from a state of weakness, ultimately. The minute that we start to understand that is the minute that we can then start to contemplate what comes after. What is the strategic communications strategy? The strategy is deter, invest in deterrence, which means you will have to make decisions in Germany about conscription. You will have to make decisions without the United States. I just want to be very clear. To anybody who has any illusions that the United States is coming back, coming to the rescue, that there's going to be Build Back Better, that ain't happening. And if you think that we left the room when Trump walked in the door, you're wrong. We left the room in 2002 with the Hague Convention Act. We said that the ICC was the enemy. And we made that decision because we knew that we were going to violate the laws of war intentionally. And we did not want to pay that price. And so now the rest of the world is paying the price. So be clear with yourselves. Deterrence is the only pathway now. That's it. And there will be no TRC until you get to the deterrence, until you get to capitulation. And don't think that capitulation will come when Putin dies. That's not it. There are lots of people around him who are waiting to take his place. It is a corporate project, and it will endure.
Thank you. I'm sure other people have things to say on this, but I'm going to go to another question. So, yes.
Thank you for the floor, Dmitry Shkurko, General Staff of Ukraine Public Affairs. So now I'm speaking in my personal capacity, of course. From my deep belief, we are absolutely rightly discussing the nature of the war, but we lost a focus in the Ukrainian war. And I, in that regard, can slightly disagree with Mustafa, because from the very beginning, it was the war of values. It was not a war country against another country. It was not a war between the different ethnicities. It was not a religion war. It was a war of values. And those guys who now fighting and dying on the front line, they just fighting for their own freedom, irrespective of Europeans, by the way, thinking about that. My observation is that right now we underestimate this war in the humankind history. Because what I see now, I personally see that now we have allies of Russia, Iran, North Korea, China, and some others so-called global south countries who are supporting totalitarian regimes. And from other hand, we have EU, NATO, we have Canada and like-minded countries who are supporting Ukraine and supporting democratic values that Europe fighting for. And by the way, sliding down of US, don't make the situation easier in that regard. In that situation, the Europe remain the only force and the only center of the force in the world which is able and ready to defend European values, democratic values. And so my questions, very simple narratives. First one, is Europe up to this challenge? And the second, can you imagine any kind of European security and peace without peaceful and Ukraine? Thank you.
Thank you. Peter, do you want to take this one?
Yes.
Okay. Next question.
Yeah, I can. Yes, I can. I mean, the two questions are, does Europe have it in it? The answer is yes. And can I envisage a European security architecture? Yes, because I know what the alternative is.
Brilliant. Right, next question. Yep, off you go.
Colin Jerski of Stratcom COE. I actually have a proposition for you to consider.
Can I be very rude and just say we've only got a minute and a half?
Yeah,
so
okay.
Can it
So
be a quick proposition?
instead of saying when, we say where. And I would ask you that question. Do you believe that this war ends not in Ukraine, but in Russia? And then, in what Russia? Is it the Russia that is coming back to, let's say, democratic family fold? Or is it Russian Federation dismembering into a plethora of ethnical states there? It's not when, it's where.
Interesting viewpoint. Mustafa.
War actually already is in Russia. Thank you to all our general staff people who are fighting. War is already in Russia. We brought their shit to their house. That's what they wanted, and that's what they received. So, and it's not about when and where it will end. It definitely, for us, for Ukrainians, this war should end in Russia. If someone thinks that it can stop in Lugansk, in Donetsk, Donaldland, also have this idea, or in Crimea, no, it should stop in Moscow, and then it's up to them how to run this country, and up to Europe how they will survive without Russian gas and oil, but it's another stage, I think, we'll survive with this fight. And coming back to the question that my colleague talked about, first of all, general stuff, I agree totally with you, it's about values. It doesn't have, Ukrainians are not arguing on that stage and not hear about that. But what is good about the preparing for the next stage of the war? One thing why Russia now is still fighting. I'm not talking about winning, but fighting. The issue that European Union and United States and all other countries which are fighting against them, very fragile. The moment one drone will come to Riga, your government will not be able to come out and say, guys, we are in trouble. Because they're politicians, they're afraid of panic, they're afraid of everything. That's why they didn't shell drone in Romania, in Belgium, in Dublin, by the way, and in other countries, because they're afraid. It's very difficult to explain to people that we should use something against drones and to recognize that. They used F-16 against drones in Poland, for example. For us, it's ridiculous. And why actually they're winning now, this in your mind, not in our mind? Because we are definitely prepared much better. And that's the good news, that we will be prepared much better. The reason is that in Russia, private sector, defense industry, army, government, people of Russia, they're totally integrated. They're running by one body. In European Union, in the United States, to do something in defense industry, you should go through many certifications, then procurements, then procedures, and then you will lose. So legal department and marketing department of defense company in the United States, in the European Union, is bigger than our R&D in Ukraine. Just because for them it's still business. In Ukraine, fighting is part of our army, and defense industry is part of our front line. That's why we are ready to adapt everything. So to be prepared for this kind of wars, first of all, you should take Ukraine experience and use it now, not waiting. Because otherwise, the moment war starts, you will still be at the same situation you have now. When you testing alert system, that's the issue. So please, what we're asking you, of course we're asking your support, but please be prepared, much better than we were. And we can bring this experience. We can contribute to European defense and security. And we want to do that, but unfortunately, your conventional generals, politicians, and defense industry resists. That's the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm afraid we have run out of time, as much as I know there are lots of questions and we could go on and on and on. So I'm going to say thank you so much to the panel and invite Director Sarts up to, I think, say thank you of his own and goodbye.
Thank you very much. Such a splendid note to end on. And I'll have to actually do some reflections on some of the things that we've all heard. And I think the first thing that strikes me, that we as a community, we talk about, shared realities, split realities. But I think what I've learned through today's and yesterday's discussion, actually we as humans struggle to establish the reality for what it is. We want to live in the reality as we want to be. And to the point about the drones, I'm not quite agreeing with the interpretation of the events politically here in Latvia. But I think one lesson to be had from this is that when we believe what people want to hear and we serve that need with the narrative, but that narrative doesn't reflect reality, it is a short-term way forward. And that is my first thing. I think it's on a tactical, operational, and a strategic level. We have to be extremely clear-eyed about what the realities are. We want war to end. We want last 30 years of peace to come back. My understanding of reality, and I agree war is not ending soon, and I don't think 30 years of peace that we enjoyed all is coming back. And I think we have to face it. In this group, I think we're kind of starting to face it. But to me, my point is that our societies have to accept it. And in a previous panel, we just discussed, some of the, in European sense, most allegedly prepared societies were failing when tested with the drones. Part of the failure, obviously, is the level of expectations, what you're going to do about drone, which is kind of selling the reality in a way that is not there. But the second thing is that we're not really, even the places where we're spending a lot of time and effort to be prepared, we're not really as prepared as we imagine. But the preparedness starts from the realization of what is going to happen. And what I observe, and that is, I think, also a strategic narrative, is instead of looking always at a somewhere else for the resilience, let's look at the EU, let's look at NATO, let's look at a central government. I think the core resilience comes from every single member of a society first and foremost. I've always been struck by this conundrum, let's put it this way. By all the metrics of resilience, Ukraine before 2022 was measured like not really resilient. Like the metrics that academics put together, all these things were not pointing to a very resilient Ukrainian society. Yet what we experienced was very, very different. So, and I think that is because it was not up to the government, central structures, it was because of the individuals and their abilities. And I think that is one thing that we have to really kind of embrace. Second thought. I was struck throughout these 2 days about the amount of readiness to discuss the offensive operations. We've come a long way, and some referred to last year's conference where, it was raised and then it was a lonely act of courage and then critiqued quite severely afterwards in the corridors. Today, that is my interpretation, I pick up this group has changed the mind. We are willing and we would be ready to think of the offensive as part of the defense. Which, of course, if you backtrack, is just like a simple logic. And it strikes me that is what we absolutely perfectly accepted during the Cold War. That was not a problem at all. And now we're starting to come back. Of course, I was very curious about the two Chod's reaction. If you remember my question about the offensive and trying to maneuver out and, to say. So it's not universal. But I think the ecosystem itself is really, really kind of prepared to shift gears. And interestingly, in that other room, where you have all those companies, including quite a lot of Ukrainian companies, the capability I see there every year, and this year I picked up a very significant leap of what is possible. And it just, I think we all have to make sure that we are using it. And that goes back to the point and the discussion about innovations. I think there will be multiple references to the Ukraine, and I agree with the idea. It's not innovating. It's about implementing. And that is where fundamentally, if we face the reality for what it is, which is it is going to get worse, there'll be more adversarial campaigns, hybrid, kinetic, informational, and we'll have to face them in best possible way. And the more capable we are, and I like the saying that the Russians stop at the moment where they get hit strongly in their face, and that's the border. So we have to establish these borders as accurately and strongly as possible. Then we have to accept implementing, as we've done procurement, as we've done system coordination, as we've done processes, is just not sustainable. We can pretend, we can still go on and hope that luck holds and, that doesn't come to us. But there's one lesson from Latvia, which is struggling to deal with the individual drone incursions into this country, is that unless you adapt constantly, something that you thought you designed as a solution a half year ago, within a half year is not going to work. And then, you might have government falling, although it fell for a very different, typical political reasons. And that was a good excuse. But the idea of innovation that destructs the way we operate and creates innovative ways. We embed the technical capabilities all the time with a new capacity in our everyday operation. If we don't do that, we're not remotely anywhere to winning. We're not remotely anywhere close to deterring. The last piece. There was, among multiple panels, discussion about what AI is bringing. And there are two thoughts in there. First one, it is already here, and it is absolutely not evenly distributed. And I've heard people saying, well, yes, everybody talks about AI, and then I use it, and there's... And that's a clear statement that people don't really yet understand what the technology is and what it is capable of. And that is about, already existing systems. But what I observe while we in the larger systems are pondering about hows and whys, small players are already embracing and already overcrowding these systems meant for human interactions with the floods of AI-generated content. And we're starting to struggle across all spheres.
So my point is, we're already starting to see pressures. If we don't learn from what we observe right now, it will be much more painful experience within a year's time. It will be in our faces. And once again, it's not solution to everything. But if we don't do that, I think there's a high cost to be paid. And the other element is time. Time these days becomes a very different element that it used to be. Because we always thought in the terms of a human time. Like, you know, the way we operate, the way our systems operate. These time zones are getting narrower. It's shrinking. Both in a sense of these technologies, in particular AI, but there will be neural technologies and others that are coming into the sphere, they are going fast. In 2 months, it might be able to do something very different. I already in the opening, I referred to Mythos moment. One company comes up and suddenly they have a capability that can theoretically hack most of the existing software. And that is not available to a large group. These kind of leaps will keep happening. So that acceleration is going to take place. The other element that is going to take place, deciding and accuracy, both in a more military way, but also in a narrative space. And the idea I think we have to get accustomed is we already, I think everybody who's in operation says, I have no time to decide, I just like shoot from the hip, there's like, my news to you is, it's going to get far worse. The timelines will be constricting, and it's constricting to the point where it will be beyond human timeline. And we have to prepare for that eventuality. And once again, as humans, we want to push away that idea because we don't like that kind of world emerging. And therefore, if I don't like it, it's not existent. But I'm going back to my first point. Let's all face the reality. And I think that is the foundational takeaway from this year's conference. It takes courage. It takes ability also to withstand a lot of critique and pushback and etc. But let's be more honest of what we're observing, first and foremost with ourselves, then with our colleagues, and then with the audiences. I think that is the first starting point. We have to start. And I have to admit, I've been to many countries represented here. There are some countries really not facing up to that yet, at all. And I think that is a risk. But of course, on the other, and we don't want to finish on a negative note, obviously, you know, the innovation inherently is a democratic advantage. Yes, everybody talks about how China is good and etc., etc. But when you drill down, like I remember this moment when everybody was panicking about DeepSeek, and they finally had this like breakthrough, and you grind it down, it was still more of the previous, taking from others and kind of finding the efficiencies and kind of meddling. So that is something we have to tap in. That is something that will be, like with the Ukrainian battlefield, innovation with drones shifts quite a lot of momentum. It also shifts the narrative. Now, you go to the conferences that are on the margins of national security, you have no people talking about that Ukraine inevitably is going to lose. That's because they have these strikes on St. Petersburg like yesterday, and that's on the TV, and if they do that, they can't really lose. But that's the idea. Innovation is the one that will be the capability that will be most important. And that is something we have to tap in. And eventually, I hope we'll do. So, to wrap it up, I think it has been success. Before I stop, and go on to the fun part, I want to thank everybody who's been organizing. Johannes Karlsbergs, thank you. Eva Lepa, thank you. Adele, thank you. Simona, Evita, and all the rest of the team, thank you very much for putting it all together. And also volunteers. And as you know, the habit of this conference is we do a hard work for 2 days, intellectually, but you know, the people that work hard can loosen up themselves a little bit. So this is about the time. So it's not really a verre d'amitié, it's more of a party thing that was waiting for you. So at 5:45, buses are taking you to the party place. There'll be music, there'll be booze, there'll be drinks. So I hope it'll be fun. See you there. And see you next year. Thank you.